Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some live updates on several stories today. Going to talk about the latest out of Venezuela, where President Trump posted this morning that Venezuelan airspace should be considered closed. We're going to talk about the controversy over an alleged order by Secretary of Defense / Secretary of War Hegseth that allegedly led to a double tap strike during the first U.S. sinking of a drug boat back in September. We're going to talk about that, and we're going to talk about some other stories as well. I'm doing a news roundup today, talking about a bunch of stories and anything else that comes up while we're on the air. So I appreciate you joining us live. We do have a live shot from near Venezuela. It's near Venezuela. This is the Gulf of Paria. The Gulf of Paria, which is between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela. Look, it's a live shot. How about that? I don't know which direction that shot is pointing in. I'll show you on a map where this is. There was another live shot I had of Venezuela, it stopped just before we came on the air. I mean, nothing particularly, nothing really different than usual was going on that other live shot, but it was interesting to see. But I just lost that one. But I have this one. Let me show you where we're talking about here. The Gulf of Paria. See, you can see. Oops. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I need to get something set up the right way here. I need to get it set up the right way. Here we go. So I can frame it properly. So there's Trinidad and Tobago, and there's Venezuela here. See, it says Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago. And then if you go in here, the Gulf of Paria is right in here, between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela. I guess technically between Trinidad and Venezuela. So that's this live shot right here. Again, I don't really see anything intense going on in that live shot, but we'll keep an eye out. Oops, you know it's not actually centered. It's not actually filling the frame. That's strange. There we go. I'll fix that for you. And also, someone's asking about the time there. I don't even know how many time zones Venezuela has, but I'm seeing it's 4:18 p.m. in Venezuela. But do they have multiple time zones? I think there's one time zone. 4:18 p.m. in Venezuela. There are some ships on that live shot. Hang on a second here. Okay, so we're going to bring you live updates on this. on a bunch of stories today. We're going to be taking your comments and questions on the air. I really appreciate you being here. Thanks so much, by the way, to Janet B. for moderating over on YouTube, and Ruth over on YouTube, and Rusty G. They're all there moderating over on YouTube, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Want to shout out our Twitch moderators. We have moderating on Twitch right now Idaho Star, Matthew, Kohai 3, and Sarah. Thanks so much. And we have moderating. Our viewer Carol M thinks something is close to happening. By the way, thanks to our Facebook moderators. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Sharon, Sharon's one of our members. Thanks, Sharon, for being a subscriber. Sharon, Klassen, Goslin, and LT for being subscribers on Facebook. And thanks to Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X for being moderating over there. By the way, there's a lid called by the White House today, which means that President Trump is not expected to appear on camera the rest of the day. He is at Mar-a-Lago tonight in Florida. Now, let me just show you what President Trump said in case you missed it. Now, the U.S. can't just legally close Venezuela's airspace. But, I mean, practically speaking, if the U.S. wants to use its military to effectively close Venezuela's airspace, that's a different matter. But it's not like the U.S. sets the rules for Venezuela's airspace, at least not in terms of, under normal legal procedures. You can see President Trump posted today, this morning, to all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Trump. Now, you might wonder, why would he post something like this, right? Does that mean some U.S. attack is coming? Is it just supposed to put pressure on President Maduro of Venezuela that he should step down soon because something's going to happen soon? I have no idea. He did post it, though. Christopher Long says, flights are still going through the airspace. It's not closed, and America can't close another country's airspace down. America would not be happy if someone had done that to them. Yeah, again, though, the U.S. can't close Venezuela's airspace legally, but the U.S. military can close Venezuela's airspace, practically speaking, if they were to say want to shoot down anything in the air. There's a difference between closing it legally. So, some people are saying, well, President Trump is saying this, but they can't do that. Well, when you say they can't do that, yeah, they can't do that legally, but they can do it practically, right? So, there's two different ways you can look at closing airspace. Yeah, as X-Ray is saying, the fact that he's saying this is why it's news. Right? Why is he saying this? All of a sudden, just posting this like this. Hugs and Stuff says the question is, will the U.S. military close the airspace, practically speaking? If you were wondering here, oops, let me just do this. Here is Flight Radar 24. As our viewers have pointed out, there are some planes flying over Venezuelan airspace, flying in and out of Caracas, for example. I mean, I'm showing you them right now. So, it's not like the airspace is completely closed in Venezuela. We're going to talk more about this. Okay, so what I'm going to do first is we're going to get into it. We're going to talk about Venezuela. We're going to talk about this story coming out in the last day that multiple news outlets allege that Secretary of War Hegseth ordered all crew members of the first drug boat the U.S. took out back in September. The story claims that Hegseth ordered all the crew members to be killed, which led to a double tap strike, because the allegation is that several crew members survived the initial strike on the drug boat, and then another strike was made just to kill the additional survivors. And if that's true, there's questions about, did that violate international law? So we're going to get into that too. Okay, we're going to talk about Venezuela. We're going to talk about some other stories. We're going to be taking your comments and questions on the air. Real quick, before we get into all of that, I want to first just real quick, we do have a sponsor today. Really appreciate it, Gold Safe Exchange. So let's hear a quick word about our sponsor, and then we'll get into everything right away. You know, a number of people these days are investing in gold, silver, and other precious metals as a way of diversifying their portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing some precious metals, one way you can do that is with a precious metals IRA. This is an IRS-approved type of IRA in which your savings are invested into gold or other precious metals. If that kind of thing sounds interesting to you, if you want to know more, you can reach out to the folks at Gold Safe Exchange. They specialize in gold IRAs and other precious metals IRAs. Gold Safe Exchange puts a priority on customer service and transparency. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They have a price match guarantee. If you find a lower quote, they'll beat it. And they explain their processes in clear language so their clients know what's happening with their money. Also, they abide by all government security and safety standards. So if you're even a little interested in opening a gold IRA or other precious metals IRA, call Gold Safe Exchange at 800-341-6727 for a no-pressure chat. Or visit them on the web at goldsafeexchange.com/agenda-free. And mention Agenda-Free TV when you reach out to access a special offer where you could get free gold or silver with qualifying purchases. All right, so let's get into Venezuela first. And again, this is our one live shot at the moment from the Gulf of Paria, which is between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela. That is a live shot. It's too bad we lost the other live shot, but I can only show you what I have. All right, let's talk about President Trump's post and the latest on Venezuela. Where is this thing here? Why is this being all weird here? Let's see here. What happened here? Here we go. You can see here, Trump says airspace above and around Venezuela should be considered closed. Why did he say this morning? What's going on? You can see Reuters reports President Trump said today that the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela should be closed in its entirety, but gave no further details, stirring anxiety and confusion in Caracas as Washington ramps up pressure on President Maduro's government. As we mentioned, the Truth Social post, I'll show it again, says, "To all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter." So why did he post this? I mean, there's some reason he posted it. We'll get some of your comments in a second. U.S. officials contacted by Reuters were surprised by Trump's announcement and unaware of any ongoing U.S. military operations to enforce a closure of Venezuelan airspace. The Pentagon did not respond to requests for comment, and the White House did not provide any further explanation. In a statement this afternoon, the Venezuelan government condemned Trump's comments, describing them as a colonialist threat against the country's sovereignty and incompatible with international law. You know, I want to just see something. Can I get the original statement from probably the Venezuelan Foreign Ministry. Venezuela Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Where would they post stuff? Let me see if I can find they have an X account. Did they post on their X account about this? That's Belize Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Hold on. I'm not going to really get... Oh, hold on a second here. Is this it? Did I find it here? No, every time I search, I get a different country. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'll have to look at that up after the broadcast. I'll try to find their social media. Let's not get hung up on that. I have a story about their response, by the way, too. Massive military buildup in Caribbean. David Deptula, a retired lieutenant general who commanded a no-fly zone over northern Iraq in 1998 and 1999, said Trump's announcement today raises more questions than it answers. Imposing a no-fly zone over Venezuela could require significant resources and planning, depending on the goals of the airspace closure, he said. The devil's in the details, he said. The Trump administration has been weighing Venezuela-related options to combat what it has portrayed as Maduro's role in supplying illegal drugs that have killed Americans. The socialist Venezuelan president has denied having any links to the illegal drug trade. Now, also, there is dispute over whether that's the real reason the U.S. is targeting Maduro, or maybe is the whole drug topic just an excuse to go after Maduro? That's a whole other question. Reuters has reported that options under U.S. consideration included attempting to overthrow Maduro, and that the U.S. military is poised for a new phase of operations after a massive military buildup in the Caribbean and nearly 3 months of strikes on suspected drug boats off Venezuela's coast. Trump has also authorized covert CIA operations in the South American country. Maduro, in power since 2013, has contended that Trump is seeking to oust him and that Venezuelan citizens and military will resist any such attempt. Let me just read you a little more of this. I'm going to skip down below. Trump told military service members earlier this week that the U.S. would very soon begin land operations to stop suspected Venezuelan drug traffickers. Although he had been saying that, he's been saying that kind of thing, I want to say, for weeks and weeks now. Several weeks ago, I remember him saying something like that. Maduro and high-ranking officials in Maduro's government, some combination of whom appear almost daily on state television, have decried U.S. imperialism in their recent comments, but do not single out Trump by name, as the Venezuelan government may be trying to de-escalate tensions. According to security and diplomatic sources, U.S. Secretary of State Rubio had previously been the focus of Venezuelan government anger, but even references to him have decreased in recent weeks. Let's see here. Couple other interesting things here. It says at the bottom of the article, GPS signals in Venezuela have been affected in recent weeks amid the U.S. buildup. Trump's announcement on Venezuela's airspace followed a warning last week from the U.S. FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, that major airlines faced a potentially hazardous situation when flying over Venezuela due to a worsening security situation and heightened military activity in and around the country. I'll show you the FAA warning. Venezuela, by the way, has revoked operating rights for 6 major international airlines that had suspended flights to the country after the FAA warning. That's from Reuters as well. Let me show you that FAA announcement. Then we'll take some comments from you guys. So this was the FAA announcement that came out, I think, last week. This is for the Venezuela airspace, roughly the Venezuela airspace. Operators are advised to exercise caution when operating in the Maiquetía flight information region at all altitudes due to the worsening security situation and heightened military activity in or around Venezuela. Threats could pose a potential risk to aircraft at all altitudes, including during overflight, the arrival and departure phases of flight, and or airports and aircraft on the ground. So, what do you guys think about all this? I want to take some comments from you as we look at the live shot from the Gulf of Paria, which is between Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago. What do you think about all of this? Rich McCauley says, Trump spreading cheer this holiday season. Let's see here. Wall Street says it could be about oil, it could be about Neo-Monroe doctrine, it could be dementia. Let's see here. Our viewer Ian Leal says Trump pardoned a drug lord, so this isn't about drugs, it's about oil. We'll talk about what Ian brought up, our viewer Ian. We'll talk about that next. I want to mention that too. Let me read some more comments from you guys. As the camera pans around there in the Gulf of Paria, look, the camera is panning around. I don't know that it's going to see anything much different. At least it's manned. Thank you, Diane. Thanks for your support, Diane Nikaton, who says GPS spoofing is to make guided munitions that use that tech less reliable. Next will be internet outages because Wi-Fi is also used to guide weapons. That's what our viewer thinks. Thanks for your support. Again, Reuters said that GPS signals in Venezuela have been affected in recent weeks amid the U.S. buildup. I don't know the exact reason for that and what is affecting them. Sometimes a country will scramble GPS signals, as our viewer said, to try to interfere with enemy targeting. But I don't know that's what's happening there. Let's see. Thanks to Ozark Crafted Bites, who says politics are always about money. Who is profiting? Ozark is one of our members. Thanks, Florida Man, who thinks Trump might attack overnight. Thanks, Florida Man. Thanks, Eel Master, who thinks says Trump is planning to pardon the former president of Honduras who was convicted for drug trafficking. Yeah, we're going to talk about that next. Thanks, our new member, Samuel DeMarco. Thanks to Delta Force 01, who says Venezuela has the largest global oil reserves. Thanks, Dewey1851, for your support, who says, isn't foreign airspace more of a UN decision and it's less military involvement is warranted? Well, Dewey, it sounds like you're talking about something as to what the legal situation is. So there's what's legally allowed. Can the U.S. legally close Venezuela's airspace? Does it have the legal right to close Venezuela's airspace? I don't believe so. Certainly not in a situation like what's going on now. I'm not aware they have the legal right to do it. But at the same time, there's legally and then there's practically. Regardless of whether the U.S. has the legal right to do it under international law, they can effectively do it if they just tell the U.S. military, shoot down everything over Venezuelan airspace. That would probably close it up pretty fast. So there's legally versus practically speaking. Thank you so much, Dewey, for your support. Thanks, Mr. Showtime, our member. Thanks, Shaft, for the memberships. Thanks, Dan and Maggie, for the memberships. Thanks, Inhalation Aerosol, who says, watching from the huge winter storm. Stay safe. Thanks, Sevenfold, as well. Sevenfold thinks the war on drugs terror is a war on our rights and freedom disguised as national security and public safety. James Gorman says might makes right. RJ for Freedom thinks the closure is the last chance for Maduro to get out. Clock is ticking fast. The Knights Palace says we're declaring war. Hey, let's do a quick poll. Let's do a quick poll. Oops. They need to pan down. There you go. Will the U.S. attack Venezuela in the next week? I can't do it on Facebook yet, the poll, because Facebook hasn't fixed their polls yet. I'm sorry. But we'll do it on YouTube and Twitch. As you look at the Gulf of Paria, which is between Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago. Here, look at the, this is from Wikipedia. See, it says Gulf von Paria? Well, that's it. Oh, maybe it's almost like it's a German map. This is from the Wikipedia article. This is from Wikipedia. Map, Northwest, Wikipedia Creative Commons. Anyways, you can see that's where it is. It's between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela. I have it on Google Maps too. There's Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad right there. Venezuela here. And it's Gulf of Paria right here. So that's the live camera. It's the Gulf of Paria. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a way to do the poll on X in a kind of seamless way. So sorry, X, about that. It's on, the poll is just on YouTube and Twitch right now. Let's see what you guys had to say about this. On YouTube, I said, will the U.S. attack Venezuela? Oops. Hold on. In the next week. 67% say yes on YouTube. How about on Twitch? What do people on Twitch think? Pretty close. 62% on Twitch thinks the U.S. will attack Venezuela in the next week. KDMN says America just can't help. What does KD say? America just can't help but to kill poor people. They wouldn't try this with China or Russia. Oh, some of our viewers are saying 6-7. We got some viewers going 6-7 in the chat. I see you, viewers. Either the viewers or their grade school children are saying 6-7 in the chat. Don't blame me. Blame the viewers who are posting it in the chat. Okay, thanks for voting in our poll. If it becomes a problem in the chat, we can always make it a prohibited term in the chat, but we won't do that. We won't do that yet. Hey, thanks to Shadow Elf for the bits over there on Twitch, and Erod for subscribing on Twitch. All right, hey, let's talk. All right, so what I promised you we were going to talk about on this topic next was President Trump said yesterday that he was going to pardon the former president of Honduras, who I believe just recently, I think maybe last year, was sentenced, I think, to 45 years in prison in the U.S. for, in a large part, for helping to bring drugs to the U.S. So let me show you this in case you haven't heard this. And one of our viewers said, hey, one of our viewers thinks that suggests that all the Maduro stuff isn't really about drugs, because if President Trump cared so much about drugs, he wouldn't pardon this guy. So that's what one of our viewers said. But there's been some controversy around this. So let me show you. Here first is what President Trump said about this last night. So President Trump said here. Now, part of this is about the current, there's an election coming up in Honduras. So part of it is about that. So I'm going to skip, for the simplicity's sake, I'm going to skip down to here. Additionally, I will be granting a full and complete pardon to former President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who has been, according to many people that I greatly respect, treated very harshly and unfairly. This cannot be allowed to happen. And then he talks more about the election. He says, congratulations to Juan Orlando Hernandez on your upcoming pardon. Now, the person who he's endorsing in the election is in Juan Orlando Hernandez's party. But I don't want to get into the election right now. But so if you're wondering, well, who is this person who he's pardoning? Juan Orlando Hernandez. And what was he convicted for? Well, what we can do is just show you the DOJ. This is the Department of Justice. Department of Justice press release about Juan Orlando Hernandez, who President Trump says he's pardoning. This is from last year. Juan Orlando Hernandez, former president of Honduras, sentenced to 45 years in prison in the U.S. for conspiring to distribute more than 400 tons of cocaine and related firearms offenses. So, this is from the Department of Justice last year. Hernandez conspired with some of the largest drug traffickers in the world to transport tons of cocaine through Honduras to the United States. So the Department of Justice said last year, the former president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, also known as JOH, was sentenced last year to 540 months in prison and 60 months of supervised release for cocaine importation and related weapons offenses. The former two-term president was in office until weeks before his extradition to the U.S. in April 2022. Hernandez was convicted last March 8th following a 3-week jury trial in the U.S. Merrick Garland, the then Attorney General, said as president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez abused his power to support one of the largest and most violent drug trafficking conspiracies in the world, and the people of Honduras and the U.S. bore the consequences. Thanks to the diligent work of Justice Department's agents and prosecutors, Hernandez will now spend more than 4 decades in prison. Actually, it looks like it's going to be about, 3 years in prison? Because President Trump says he's pardoning him. And then here's another quote. The DEA Administrator Ann Milgram said the DEA is relentlessly focused on dismantling drug trafficking organizations that threaten the safety and health of the American people. Former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez financed his political career with drug trafficking profits and abused his authority as president of Honduras to traffic hundreds of tons of cocaine to the United States. Let me be clear, political actors who use their power to traffic in drugs and corruption will be brought to justice in the United States. And U.S. Attorney Damian Williams for the Southern District of New York said, as the former two-term president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez had every opportunity to effect positive change for this country. Instead, Hernandez helped to facilitate the importation of an almost unfathomable 400 tons of cocaine to the United States. Billions of individual doses sent to the United States with the protection and support of the former president of Honduras. Now, after years of destructive narco-trafficking of the highest imaginable magnitude, Hernandez will spend 45 years where he belongs in federal prison. Again, it's going to be more like 3 years because President Trump said yesterday he is pardoning Hernandez. Anyways, if you want to read more about this, I will post a link to the DOJ press release in the chat. Now, again, President Trump claims that Juan Orlando Hernandez, he says, has been, according to many people that I greatly respect, treated very harshly and unfairly. President Trump didn't go into details in his post as to why he thought former President Hernandez, who was convicted in the U.S. After being extradited to the U.S., why he was being treated harshly and unfairly. Yes, he is in prison in the U.S. Now, I don't know, I haven't heard that the pardon is official yet, because he says, I will be granting a full and complete pardon. So, and he says, congratulations on your upcoming pardon. So I believe he's still in prison in the U.S., but I haven't heard he's not, but maybe he isn't anymore. I don't know. There's been some controversy around that. And let me show you this real quick. Hold on a second here. So there's a number of news stories in different outlets about it. This one here is in the Washington Post. Trump plans to pardon former Honduran president convicted of drug trafficking. Now, the Washington Post thinks that, by the way, a White House spokesperson reached for comment on the pardon, referred to the president's Truth Social posts. He's posted a couple times, several times, I believe, about the Honduras election. All right, let me just, Just weeks before leaving office in January 2022, Hernandez was arrested by the Honduran police at the request of U.S. authorities and extradited to the U.S. Before the arrest, the U.S. had worked with Hernandez and portrayed him as a partner against drug trafficking and illegal immigration. Biden, as vice president, hosted him at the White House in 2015, and Trump praised him for his work stopping the flow of drugs in 2019. Meanwhile, U.S. prosecutors said Hernandez paved a cocaine superhighway to the United States, using the police and military to guard drug shipments. Hernandez denied the charges against him and claimed many of the witnesses were drug dealers seeking reduced sentences or revenge. The U.S. charges against Hernandez had marked one of the most significant U.S. prosecutions of a Latin American leader since the 1992 conviction of former Panamanian dictator Manuel Antonio Noriega. And then the Washington Post says, while Trump plans to pardon a former president convicted of helping smuggle drugs to the U.S., he is also escalating a military campaign that he says is focused on stopping the flow of drugs. U.S. strikes on alleged drug trafficking boats in waters near Latin America have killed more than 80 people to date. Also, of course, President Trump has been threatening the Maduro regime for what he says is their role in sending drugs to the United States. So again, I don't have more explanation from President Trump as to why he says former President Juan Orlando Hernandez was treated very harshly and unfairly. He has not clarified that, I believe, after this statement. Let me just check something else out here. For perspective, let's see, hold on a second here. So there's been some criticism in some outlets of this. For example, there's a headline in the New York Times right now which says, "In vowing pardon of drug trafficker while threatening Venezuela, Trump displays contradictions." And let me check something else here. Then I'm going to take some of your comments here. Now, by the way, I had read that the investigation of Hernandez had begun before the Biden administration and that it was going on during the Trump administration, just to be clear. So the Wall Street Journal, for example, said that during Trump's first term, federal prosecutors were building a drug trafficking case against him. So from what I understand, the investigation into the former Honduran president was not just happening during the Biden administration. It had been going on before that. Also, I will mention the Wall Street Journal said that some in Trump's orbit had been pushing for a pardon for Hernandez since January when Trump returned to the White House. For example, Trump ally Roger Stone, I guess, was pushing for it. Yes. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find this here. Yes, Roger Stone, according to the Wall Street Journal, in August called Hernandez's conviction fabricated, politically motivated theater. And then, again, I don't want to linger on. I want to take some of your comments on it. And Joaquin Castro, who is a Texas Democratic congressman, he posted yesterday after Trump posted that he was pardoning Hernandez. Joaquin Castro said Juan Orlando Hernandez was convicted by a jury of conspiring to traffic 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. The Justice Department estimated that this represents 4.5 billion doses of cocaine, and he was at the center of one of the largest and most violent drug trafficking conspiracies in the world. He is now being responsible for the deaths of countless American citizens, says Joaquin Castro, and will be pardoned by Donald Trump. Don't tell me Donald Trump is killing people in boats in the Caribbean to stop drug trafficking. Anyways, so I want to take some comments from you guys on this. Again, if I see more of an explanation while we're on the air, if President Trump posts something else about why he thinks Hernandez has been treated harshly and unfairly, I will certainly read it to you. I don't have detail on this whole thing, on how this all came to be. Logan reports thinks he must have had the money to buy a pardon. Now, Trump has been pushing for the right-wing candidate Tito Asfura to win the upcoming election in Honduras. And Tito Asfura is in Juan Orlando Hernandez's party. I don't know if the pardon of Hernandez is supposed to in any way be something that's designed to sway the election. I have no idea. I'm just throwing out that he posted about it in this larger post in which he endorses the right-wing candidate for the Honduras presidency. Our viewer Kunkatate says after they pardon him, they can hire him as an informant to give up his drug connections. Holstrand thinks the whole thing sounds corrupt. Nina Drew thinks it's hypocrisy. Anyways, so I will. Tin Ted says the president has pardoning power. You cannot question that. I don't hear anybody questioning that he's allowed to do this. Okay. But again, one of our viewers had brought it up. I wanted to mention it. Oh, we should talk about, speaking of Venezuela, there's reporting that President Trump spoke to Maduro last week. I want to talk about that. Hey, thanks to Korean for the day, who says only K-pop can save the world. Let's take a quick look at the Gulf of Paria live via Reuters. The Gulf of Paria, which is between Venezuela and Trinidad, the island of Trinidad. So, got a live cam there. Thanks J-Bone in the Bay, who says, this is what President Trump campaigned on, peace through strength and a stronger military presence around South America. Thanks, J-Bone, for your support. Thanks, Travis Becker, for your support. Thanks, Inhalation Aerosol, who says, war would only be for Trump to stay in power? I pray no more innocent people die under MAGA's watch. Us Americans need to unite against evil. That's what Inhalation Aerosol said. Thanks, Jackie Morgan, for being a member. Firestar, thanks for your support. War Dove for Peace, thank you, who says we don't need more war. Okay, let's see here. Let's talk about By the way, our viewer Azrael Guru says, I thought Trump was going to end all wars. What happened? Well, we don't have military action on Venezuelan soil at this point. We'll have to see if it happens. It's unclear. Okay, so Chris D, thanks Chris. Chris thinks it's distraction from the Epstein files. Also, a thanks to Morad Mouse for your support. And also Kristen Gates, thanks so much for your support, Kristen Gates. I appreciate it. So let's take a quick look at, well, remember to remind people who weren't with us earlier. Hold on. Here it is right here. President Trump posted today, earlier today, to all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Now, there hasn't been any other announcements from the U.S. government or the U.S. military about something new going on, but he did post that this morning. So, obvious question is something militarily coming? Why is he posting this? So we've been talking about that, and give me one moment here. I want to mention something else here. Where is... Why am I not getting their stories? There we go. There we go. Oops. I want you to see the water. There you go. Oh, I want to show you what Venezuela had to say about this. Look. Venezuela condemns Trump's statement on closing the country's airspace, says Reuters. Venezuela condemned President Trump's assertion that the airspace around Venezuela should be considered closed, a government statement said on Saturday. It called Trump's comments a colonialist threat against the country's sovereignty and incompatible with international law. I want to find the actual statement. I like to read the whole thing to you. I couldn't find, I was trying to find like the Venezuela government social media. Where is it? I don't know if there is one. I don't know if there is one I can go to. Google AI said the official government website for Venezuela is not explicitly listed as the country has a complex and contested political situation. Anyways. Barry said Elon threw Maduro off X. Is Maduro on X? I don't even know. No, Nicolas Maduro is on X. He hasn't posted on the Nicolas Maduro account since last year. Anyways, I'm not going to linger on that. Hold on a second here. Some people are sending me some things too. Oh, hold on a second here. People were asking about Flight Radar 24. Hold on. Here is Flight Radar 24. Hang on a moment. Now, what's this plane? Oh, this is a Venezuela Air Force plane, by the way, flying around. There is a Venezuela Air Force plane. It is at 9,000 feet. It says, is that the plane? That's not the one. Where is it? That's it. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. I got to go back here. I lost it. There it is. There's a Venezuelan Air Force plane. The U.S., by the way, has numerous times in recent months flown what I've seen described as simulated bombing runs and practice runs and flights close to Venezuela. But so just if you see again U.S. planes on flight radar flying close to Venezuela, I would not assume that they're about to attack. Actually, I'd be kind of surprised if the U.S. planes were attacking, that if they were allowing themselves to be publicly tracked on an actual attack run. But there is for whatever it's worth, a Venezuelan Air Force plane. I don't see any. Sometimes on the Flight Radar 24, you see some U.S. planes, U.S. military planes, and then lots of people track them when they're near Venezuela. But I don't see that going on right now. One of our viewers said, Expedition Dakota thinks U.S. planes wouldn't have their public transponders on if they were actually attacking. Not a Cat Lady says, is this another land grab? Let's see here. Red Desk says, is Trump most likely to order an attack during daylight hours so he can get the best/most visible TV coverage? Where the U.S. ships are located, I don't have an exact location for those ships. My guess is that they're not. I don't know for sure. I would think that the U.S. ships weren't constantly publicly being trackable. That'd be my guess. If I go to marine traffic, for example, and I look up the Gerald R. Ford, maybe I'm wrong. I'd be surprised if it was trackable in real time. I don't even see it on marine traffic. Anyways. One of our viewers said he will go after Cuba next. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Oh, I want to talk about the phone call between Trump and Maduro that was reported. We should talk about that. Oh, by the way, the Venezuela Air Force plane is no longer visible on the radar. On Flight Radar 24. You can check out Flight Radar 24 if you want. Here again is the Gulf of Paria. I did have earlier today, as I said before, I had from AFP, there was another Venezuela live shot it was northern Venezuela, like on the coast. I think it was near Maiquetía airport, if I have that right. But it's not a 24-hour live stream. So if we get it back while we're on the air, I'll post it. Nothing really crazy was going on it, but I would show it to you if I had it. Let's see here. What was I going to do? I was going to check a couple more of your comments out. Then we'll talk about that. Howie, our viewer, says in the election between Biden and Trump, which Trump supposedly lost, the computers were apparently based out of Venezuela per reports. Howie, I'm not aware of any kind of remotely reliable reports that computers in Venezuela played a role in the 2020 election. People might have claimed this on social media. I would classify those more as unfounded claims rather than reports. Maybe you meant claims. But I certainly have not seen any evidence of that. Maybe Howie was just pointing out that there were rumors about it. That might have been what Howie was pointed out. hold on a moment here. Checking a couple things. I don't know what this is. Any Sondin, a couple of our viewers like Any Sondin sent me this. Now, I don't know what this is about. This is a post from somebody in Poland? This is a post on X from a member of the European Parliament, Polish politician, and member of the European Parliament, Dominik Tarczynski, and he posted on his social media about 20 minutes ago. He said, Venezuela tonight, you have been warned. Now, why Dominik Tarczynski would have inside information that nobody else seems to have, I don't know. Now, maybe it'll turn out that there is an attack tonight. I'm not going to put so much weight on Dominik Tarczynski claiming this. Because my guess is that if he knows, other people know. So given that I'm not hearing this from anybody else, I'm going to take it with a giant grain of salt. Also, if he knew, I don't know why he'd be wanting to say it. Anyways. All right, let's talk about, we haven't even talked about the reported conversation between Maduro and Trump. How about that? Gosh, I have some other things to talk about too. There's actually a bunch to talk about here. We haven't even got to the Hegseth thing. We'll get to the Hegseth thing, I promise. Trying to catch up on all the Venezuela stuff. Ooh, I have another interesting thing I want to read. Here, look, this is what I want to talk about. Trump and Maduro spoke last week, New York Times reports. How about this report? How about this report? Hey, thanks to our moderators, first of all. I want to thank our moderators. We have moderating Janet B., Beth Mythical on YouTube, Ruth Krafasi. I really appreciate it. Roberts May Queen. We also have moderating Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah on Twitch. We have moderating Shannon Davis Hughes, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body on Facebook. Thank you. Thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates, for the Facebook stars, by the way. I really appreciate that. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X moderating. Thanks, LT, for being a subscriber. Sharon, Class, and Goslin for being a subscriber. Shout out to Douthis for the gift subs on Twitch. Thanks for the gift subs, Douthis. That's really nice of you, Douthis. Thank you. And thanks to all of our other subscribers over there on Twitch, people like Matthew Kohai 3, CC, Wall Street Shaggy, Tenfold 8, Jazzy Renee, Tater Mong, Rampant Carnage, E-Biker, and others. Thank you. All right, let's talk about this. So you can see, Reuters says, U.S. President Trump spoke with Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro last week and discussed a possible meeting between them in the United States, the New York Times reported on Friday, citing multiple people with knowledge of the matter. Now, I've seen several people say, why would Maduro come to the United States if he could just be arrested here? Remember, the U.S. has a $50 million reward out for Maduro. So I don't know that if you're Maduro, you're really enthusiastic about visiting the U.S., but who knows? The newspaper added, the New York Times added, that there were no plans at the moment for such a meeting, which, if it occurred, would be the first ever encounter between the authoritarian Venezuelan leader and a U.S. president. The revelation of the phone call comes as Trump continues to use bellicose, warlike rhetoric towards Venezuela, while also entertaining the possibility of diplomacy. Trump had previously indicated he would be open to speaking with Maduro, though the Times report indicates that such a conversation has actually happened. I believe it was late last week. The Trump administration has described Maduro as an illegitimate leader who leads a drug trafficking organization known as Cartel de los Soles, an allegation Caracas denies. Many independent experts say that while narco-corruption in the Venezuelan government is a major issue, there is little proof that an organized grouping of officials that there's little proof of an organized grouping of officials that could be traditionally called a cartel. And, hold on a second here. Since early September, the U.S. government has been bombing alleged drug boats originating in Venezuela and other Latin American nations, a practice that Democrats, scholars, and human rights experts have described as extrajudicial executions. On Thursday, back on Thursday, Trump repeated his previous threats to begin bombing land-based targets. The land is easier, but that's going to start very soon, he told reporters. We actually should watch sometime during this stream. I didn't show it was Thanksgiving, but sometime during the stream, I would like to show you Trump's comments about Venezuela from Thursday. He did was it that long an appearance? Hold on a second. Man, that was kind of a long appearance. Trump said he said some stuff about Venezuela on Thursday. Maybe later in the stream we'll show his Thursday appearance. Also, Reuters says White House officials have said that Trump does not see pursuing military and diplomatic tracks as mutually exclusive in Venezuela. A major military buildup in the Caribbean has been underway for months, and Trump has authorized covert CIA operations in Venezuela. On Sunday, I want to show you this report too. Sunday, Reuters reported, now was this last Sunday? I think it was last Sunday. Reuters reported the U.S. was about to enter a new phase of Venezuela-related operations, which could include the deployment of covert options. Two U.S. officials told Reuters the options under consideration included attempting to overthrow Maduro. Wow. So again, reporting from the New York Times saying that Trump and Maduro spoke last week and discussed a possible meeting between them in the United States. That would really be something if that happened again. I have a hard time believing Maduro's going to show up in the United States. Remember this. Nicolas Maduro, U.S. Department of State. I'll show you the reward poster. $50 million. Increased reward of up to $50 million for information leading to the arrest and/or conviction of the leader of the specially designated globalist terrorist cartel de los Soles. I don't know if this is going to make Maduro want to come to the United States. Bill Hollywood says he might be safer over here than over there. That guy Alex says, any reports of sabotage in Venezuela? I haven't heard any, but who knows? I don't know that I'm going to be hearing such reports. Our viewer D-Trade thinks Trump just wants Maduro to resign. A number of our viewers are talking about the oil reserves. So if you look on Wikipedia here, list of countries by proven oil reserves, they have Venezuela as the top country right there. You can see it on Wikipedia. Oops, where's the poster where's the poster I was showing you? Right there. Dean R. thinks, I'm sure Maduro has received some generous offers to just go away. Zardoz thinks Maduro should step down. No, I have never been to Venezuela. Springwood thinks this has nothing to do with drugs. One U2M says, on 50 million, do I pay taxes? But that is in a poster from the Department of State and Department of Justice of the U.S. Thanks, by the way, to Barry69Z. Oh, says Grok said it was Venezuela who banned X in their country. I don't know the whole history of that and what the status is of right now of X in Venezuela. But thank you, Barry69Z, who said that's a correction regarding my statement about X throwing Maduro off X. Thank you, I Am Charlie, for your support and for the gift memberships as well. Thanks so much, I Am Charlie. Thanks, the Ringa X, for the membership. Thanks, C. Johnson, who says, this is just a diversion. The real story is Greenland. That's what C. Johnson says. Thanks, Too Old to Care, our member. Julie Hahn, our new member. ACC 75, who says, maybe Juan O. Hernandez, the former leader of Honduras, who was President Trump says he's pardoning. ACC says maybe he was in the Epstein files. Thanks, Alabama fan, for the membership. Thank you. Thanks also, Chris D. And here again is that live shot of the Gulf of Paria, which is between Venezuela and Trinidad. Right there, live shot of the Gulf of Paria. Very soon, we're going to talk about Hegseth. In just a few minutes, we're going to talk about Hegseth. This is interesting, though. I saw a couple interesting things I want to show you. First of all, we never talked about this. Where's the new phase? Oh, there's this stuff too. A couple really interesting things here. The new phase report was here. So this was interesting. This was a report from Reuters from last Sunday. This is from 6 days ago. U.S. to launch new phase of Venezuela operations, sources say. This was from 6 days ago. Our viewer Eric Zimmerman thinks Maduro is going to jail for sure. So, Reuters on Sunday said the U.S. is poised to launch a new phase of Venezuela-related operations in the coming days. 4 U.S. officials told Reuters as the Trump administration escalates pressure on President Maduro's government. Reuters was not able to establish the exact timing or scope of the new operations, nor whether President Trump had made a final decision to act. Reports of looming action have proliferated in recent weeks as the U.S. military has deployed forces to the Caribbean amid worsening relations with Venezuela. 2 of the U.S. officials said covert, that's secret, under secret operations, covert operations would likely be the first part of the new action against Maduro. Who knows? Maybe some have already happened. All 4 officials quoted in the article spoke in the condition of anonymity. The Pentagon referred questions to the White House. The CIA declined to comment. A senior administration official on Saturday last week did not rule anything out regarding Venezuela. President Trump is prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice, said the official. The Trump administration has been weighing Venezuela-related options to combat what it portrayed as Maduro's role in supplying illegal drugs that have killed Americans. Again, some believe that the drug thing is just an excuse to go after Maduro. 2 U.S. officials told Reuters the options under consideration included attempting to overthrow Maduro. Okay, so again, Reuters had reported U.S. to launch new phase of Venezuela operations in coming days. That was Sunday. And also, I want to mention this. I haven't even seen this yet. How could Venezuela's military respond to a U.S. attack? This is a new article, I think, from today from Reuters. I haven't even looked at this yet. Let's look at a little bit of this. As we mentioned, U.S. President Trump said today the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela should be considered closed in its entirety, without giving details why he said that. Trump has repeatedly said U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean and Pacific, which have killed more than 80 people, could develop into land action in Venezuela, although he also reportedly held a call with Maduro and discussed a possible U.S. visit by him. What are Venezuela's military capabilities? The U.S. military dwarfs Venezuela's, which is weakened, debilitated by lack of training, low wages, and deteriorating equipment. 6 sources familiar told Reuters. Although Maduro, in power since 2013, has enjoyed military loyalty by placing officers in government roles, rank-and-file soldiers earn just $100 a month in local currency, about a fifth of what studies say an average family needs to meet its basic needs. Sources say desertions, which already occur in many units, could increase in the event of a U.S. military attack. The primary experience of Venezuelan troops in recent years has been confronting unarmed civilians during street protests. Maduro has said there are 8 million civilians training in militias, but one source estimated that only thousands of intelligence personnel, armed ruling party supporters, and militia members would really participate in defensive actions. The military's equipment, much of it Russian-made and decades old, is lacking. Caracas bought some 20 Sukhoi fighter jets in the 2000s, but they are considered lacking in comparison to U.S. B-2s, and Venezuela's Russian-made helicopters, tanks, and shoulder-fired missiles are also outdated. How could Venezuela respond to an attack, says Reuters? Venezuela plans to mount a guerrilla-style resistance or sow chaos in the event of a U.S. air or ground attack, sources and planning documents seen by Reuters show. The response has been referenced publicly, though without details, by high-ranking officials who refer to it as prolonged resistance. It would involve small military units at more than 280 locations carrying out acts of sabotage and other guerrilla acts. Venezuela's 5,000 Russian-made LGLA Igla missiles, praised by Maduro recently on state television, have already been deployed. Military orders are for units to disperse and hide at various locations if there's an attack, one source said. Interesting. The second strategy, called anarchization, in which officials have not acknowledged, would use intelligence services and armed ruling party supporters to create disorder in the capital, Caracas, and make Venezuela ungovernable, sources say. Something I do want to point out, I've been reading a bunch about Venezuela, and some experts warn that just getting Maduro out of power, say getting Maduro to leave Venezuela or capturing him, that doesn't immediately lead to a peaceful, well-governed, pro-U.S. democracy in Venezuela. Some experts are worried that you could have disorder in Venezuela if you had Maduro out of power, and that they also are concerned that the U.S. might not have an adequate plan on what to do after Maduro leaves, if he leaves. I have no idea. I'm just saying some experts are concerned about that. Let me just finish this, and I'll take some comments. A couple more lines. It's an interesting article. Are there other armed actors in Venezuela? Colombian guerrilla forces like the National Liberation Army operate in the west of Venezuela, which is also a hub for the cultivation of coca, the base ingredient cocaine. Ruling party supporters called colectivos or collectives often mobilize in motorcycle convoys to confront protesters. They're sometimes armed. Venezuelan opposition groups, NGOs, Washington, and some Latin American governments have... What is this? That reads a little strange. Sorry. Various groups in Washington and some Latin American governments have accused Maduro and the Venezuelan military of ties to drug trafficking groups, which are also accused of violence. That the government has consistently denied such links. And the government of Venezuela says the U.S. is seeking regime change to take control of Venezuela's vast oil reserves. Anyways, what do you guys think about this? I want to take some comments from you. At Lookner on X. Our viewer, the Peach Lilac, says, I hope there's a plan if it gets dicey. But yeah, I mean, look, a perfectly reasonable point that the article makes, and it makes sense, is that the Venezuelan military does not present a conventional challenge to the U.S. So if Venezuela is going to try to fight a U.S. military move at all, it would not be by taking it on head on. They'd have to have some other sort of plan. Jay Nosewich thinks our drugs don't come from Venezuela. E-Biker thinks we have no business down there. Let's see here. Our viewer Scott D. Johnston says the U.S. not having a plan after removing a strongman leader, if only there were multiple examples of that happening in the past. Mac Daddy Alexis says, imagine China doing this to the U.S. Why is U.S. meddling so normalized? Casey Jazz thinks they have a plan. U.S. administrations all the way back to when Hugo Chavez was in power had a plan. No one has yet to act on it. End Stage Feminism says the USA cannot even feed itself. Why are we talking about regime change? Christopher 1307 says the U.S. is not being prepared to manage a country they invade. Who would suggest such a thing? Al Beza thinks there is no plan. Matt Manuel says the people voted Maduro out of power and he used the military to stay in power. He is a bad person and needs to be removed. I'll say Kunkerer says America attacks another country with oil, shocker. Unknown Filmmaker says closed airspace, which Trump announced, is not the same as official no-fly zone. This is merely a political move and a warning. Wayne Taylor says USA attacks Venezuela and you can kiss goodbye to every one of your Western allies. Gunslinger says, nah, it'll be fine. Hey, thanks so much to I Am Charlie, who says, fool around, find out. This is what we voted for, America first. All right. I think we should discuss... we haven't even discussed it yet. We've been kind of just doing, I feel like, a quick roundup of some developments regarding Venezuela. But we haven't even had a chance yet to talk about the whole Pete Hegseth story. That's a huge story. I want to talk about that next. Let me just take a second here and make sure I'm not missing breaking news here. But I think we should talk about that. I really do. So we're going to talk about that next. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. No, we'll come back and talk a little more about Venezuela because we might take a look at what Trump said about it a couple days ago. Jonathan's back says, does Trump have the right to cut off airspace? I thought that needed congressional approval. Again, the U.S. legally does not have authority over Venezuela airspace. Now, if you're talking about militarily, so maybe what Jonathan is saying is, if Trump were going to use the military to close the airspace in Venezuela, there's no sign that's actually happening yet. He said it should be considered closed, but there's no sign that there's an official U.S. no-fly zone, as one of our viewers put it. Is that action that in theory would need congressional approval? I am not a U.S. Constitutional law and U.S. military law related to U.S. military use of force expert, so I cannot answer, but that's an interesting question. That's from our viewer, Jonathan's back. Justin Winch says, it doesn't matter what the U.S. can or can't do legally. Who is going to stop America from doing something military? Oops, one moment. Here again is the Gulf of Paria. Or Paria. Paria, I think it is. Eric Lestrange sent me an account on X that is claiming sources are saying Maduro is set to leave Venezuela on a jet and go to Iran. I'm not familiar with this account. I don't know who these sources are. As usual, I've seen rumors like this floating around weeks ago. That's not coming from like a big news outlet or somebody I have any familiarity with. So again, I wouldn't be surprised to see lots of different rumors floating around, but I haven't. If I see something I consider well sourced and reliable, I'll certainly pass it along to you. All right, we need to talk about the Hegseth thing. Let's do that. We have not talked about that yet. That's a whole interesting story there. Oh, hold on a second here. What is this? Oh, what is this? Hey, I found, thanks so much, our viewer Kirill sent me that Venezuela has a foreign ministry Instagram. Well, that's interesting. So I can read you their comment today. Are they not on X or Facebook or something? Let's see. I don't know that they are. I don't see him posting there. Anyways, I can show you this statement on Instagram from, well, hold on. Let me just pull it up here. This is the Venezuela statement about President Trump's comments saying that the airspace in Venezuela should be considered closed. If I can do this. Give me a moment. I'm pulling it up for you right now. Here it is. I got it. Thank you. Let me write down this. Link here so I have it for the future. Now I can run it through a translator, but maybe I'll just try it myself. I'll see what I can do. Okay, so remember, President Trump said that airspace in and around Venezuela should be considered closed today. He just announced that this morning. Didn't give much detail. Now, this is what Venezuela posted. Let's see if I can, I'll try a sec to translate. If I run into problems, I'll just run it through a translator. Venezuela denounces and condemns the colonialist threat that intends to affect the sovereignty of airspace. And this new constituye, I'm not sure about that, this new, I think considers this a new extravagant aggression, illegal and unjustified, against the people of Venezuela. All right, that's that paragraph. And then they say, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela rejects absolutely the public message spread today on social media by the President of the United States, in which he, now pretend dare, is that intends? Hold on. Just to do it. To intend or expect or claim. Oh, in which he claims, maybe it's claims, in which he claims to apply extraterritorially the illegitimate jurisdiction of the United States in Venezuela by, I think, rudely trying to give orders and threaten the sovereignty of national airspace, the territorial integrity, aviation security, and the full sovereignty of the Venezuelan state. Okay, so you get the idea of that. And then the rest of their statement is, if I can fit it on the screen here, we're losing some of it at the bottom. This type of declaration constitutes a hostile act, unilateral and arbitrary, incompatible with the basic principles of international law, and is inscribed in a permanent politics of aggression against our country, with colonial pretensions about our region of Latin America and the Caribbean, denying international rights or international law. Venezuela denounces to the world, or before the world, that such affirmations represent a threat, explicit threat of use of force, prohibited clearly and unequivocally by Article 4, number 2 in the Carta de las Naciones, United Nations Charter. Okay, well, there you go. You get the basic idea of what they say. That's their response, their full response to President Trump's statement today. Sorry for there might have been a few inaccuracies in translation, but at least that way, if I go through it, you can use the original language, and we're not missing anything. So, I did my best. Okay. Anyways, all right. Let's move on. Thanks to our viewer for messaging that. Let's move on. Here's what we're going to do. We've been talking about Venezuela. Now we're going to talk about the Pete Hegseth story. We haven't had a chance to talk about that. I want to talk about the Pete Hegseth story next. What we're going to do is, this is a sponsored video. The way we've been doing our sponsored videos is we have an announcement about the sponsor at the beginning, and then towards the middle / later in the video, we do one more just because people coming in and out. So I think it's a good time for it because we're about to switch topics. So let's just hear about, this is the last time we'll do this during the broadcast. Let's hear about our sponsor today, Gold Safe Exchange, and then right after that, we'll talk about the Pete Hegseth story. You know, a number of people these days are investing in gold, silver, and other precious metals as a way of diversifying their portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing some precious metals, one way you can do that is with a precious metals IRA. This is an IRS-approved type of IRA in which your savings are invested into gold or other precious metals. If that kind of thing sounds interesting to you, if you want to know more, you can reach out to the folks at Gold Safe Exchange. They specialize in gold IRAs and other precious metals IRAs. Gold Safe Exchange puts a priority on customer service and transparency. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They have a price match guarantee. If you find a lower quote, they'll beat it. And they explain their processes in clear language so their clients know what's happening with their money. Also, they abide by all government security and safety standards. So if you're even a little interested in opening a gold IRA or other precious metals IRA, call Gold Safe Exchange at 800-341-6727 for a no-pressure chat. Or visit them on the web at goldsafeexchange.com/agenda-free. And mention Agenda-Free TV when you reach out to access a special offer where you could get free gold or silver with qualifying purchases. All right, so let's talk about this Pete Hegseth story. And I'm going to begin by showing you, I believe that the first to report this was the Washington Post. And I actually have the story here from the Washington Post. Here it is right here. So we're going to look at this right now. This is the story. This was the first outlet that I saw reporting it. I believe CNN also reported it yesterday. I don't know if anybody else has. Now, again, I can't confirm this. At least 2 outlets have reported on this. I don't know if more have come out while we're on the air. But this was the article, to me, that really broke the story. So let's talk about this. I want to take your comments on this. But it's quite an interesting story and a controversial allegation. Hegseth order on first Caribbean boat strike, officials say, kill them all. So the basic nature of the allegation here, as I'll show you, is that Secretary of War Hegseth said when the first drug boat was struck in September, Secretary of War Hegseth allegedly said, kill all the crew members. And when the boat was first struck, there were several crew members who had survived. But because Hegseth had ordered kill all the crew members, there was a second strike, a double tap strike, just to kill the extra crew members who had survived. And some say that that's a violation of international law. Okay, let me show you what the story says. And we will be taking your comments on the air. Okay, so we're going to take your comments on the air about this. The longer the U.S. surveillance aircraft followed the boat, the more confident intelligence analysts watching from... before I do that, let me change... Sometimes I forget to change our headline. Hegseth, Secretary of War Hegseth, facing double tap controversy. How's that? I just want to, I don't want to, because people get confused if I'm reading the story about the previous topic. Facing double tap, how do I say facing double tap allegation? I don't want to get hung up on this. All right, let's just do this. All right, so at least the headline matches what we're talking about. All right, now let's get into it. The longer the U.S. surveillance aircraft followed the boat, the more confident intelligence analysts watching from command centers became that the 11 people on board were ferrying drugs. Oh, real quick, hold on. The camera's panning around. Real quick, I just want to keep an eye on this. I don't really see anything. This is the live camera from the Gulf of Paria, which is off the Venezuela coast. This is it's the Gulf of Paria, which is between Venezuela and Trinidad. So I saw the camera moving around. I don't see anything crazy going on, but I did want to just, if I see the camera panning around, I want to check in on it. So again, I don't see anything really worth noting. The camera has been panning back and forth. So anyways, I'll keep an eye on the camera in the background. But I just wanted to let you see that. If I see anything worth noting, I'll immediately go to it. Okay, let's get back to this. Sorry to interrupt, but I want to keep an eye on that. Okay, to start again. The longer the U.S. surveillance aircraft followed the boat, the more confident intelligence analysts watching from command centers became that the 11 people on board were ferrying drugs. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave a spoken order, a spoken directive, according to 2 people with direct knowledge of the operation. The order was to kill everybody, one of them said. A missile screamed off the Trinidad coast, striking the vessel and igniting a blaze from bow to stern. For minutes, commanders watched the boat burning on a live drone feed. As the smoke cleared, they got a jolt. 2 survivors were clinging to the smoldering wreck. The Special Operations Commander overseeing this September 2nd attack, the opening salvo in the Trump administration's war on suspected drug traffickers in the Western Hemisphere, ordered a second strike to comply with the order that Hegseth had given to kill them all. 2 people familiar with the matter said. The 2 men were blown apart in the water. Hegseth's order, which has not been previously reported, adds another dimension to the campaign against suspected drug traffickers, says the Washington Post. Some current and former U.S. officials and law of war experts have said the Pentagon's lethal campaign, which has killed more than 80 people to date, is unlawful and may expose those most directly involved to future prosecution. The alleged traffickers pose no imminent threat of attack against the United States and are not, as the Trump administration has tried to argue, in an armed conflict with the U.S., these officials and experts say. Because there is no legitimate war between the 2 sides, killing any of the men in the boats amounts to murder, said Todd Huntley, a former military lawyer who advised Special Operations Forces for 7 years at the height of the U.S. counterterrorism campaign. Even if the U.S. were at war with the traffickers, in order to kill all the boat's occupants, if they were no longer able to fight, would in essence be an order to show no quarter, which would be a war crime, said Huntley, now director of the National Security Law Program at Georgetown Law. By the way, no quarter means like no mercy. This report from the Washington Post is based on interviews with and accounts from 7 people with knowledge of the September 2nd strike and the overall operation. Now, normally I don't read this much at once, but I just want to get the report out there that the Washington Post is making. CNN has a similar report. I want to just read a bit more of this just to get on the table what the allegation is. Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell declined to address questions about Hegseth's order and other details of the operation, including special operations involvement. This entire narrative is completely false, said Sean Parnell. Ongoing operations to dismantle narco-terrorism and to protect the homeland from deadly drugs have been a resounding success. The elite counter-terror group SEAL Team 6 led the attack on the boat, according to 4 people with direct knowledge of the matter who spoke on condition of anonymity because of the ongoing sensitive operations. The commander overseeing the operation from Fort Bragg in North Carolina, Admiral Frank M. Mitch Bradley, told people on the secure conference call the survivors were still legitimate targets because they could theoretically call other traffickers to retrieve them and their cargo, according to 2 people. Admiral Bradley ordered the second strike to fulfill Hegseth's directive that everyone on the boat must be killed. Later in the day, President Trump released a redacted, with some cut out, 29-second drone surveillance video showing the attack. The video does not include any footage of the subsequent strike on the 2 survivors. In the weeks following that attack, the Trump administration notified Congress that the U.S. was in a, quote, non-international armed conflict with designated terrorist organizations, supported by an opinion from the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel that asserted that because the U.S. was in an armed conflict, personnel taking part in military strikes who were following orders consistent with the laws of war would not be exposed to prosecution. That's one of the problems with the law of armed conflict. The state using force is judge, jury, and executioner, Huntley said. Since that first attack, the Pentagon has hit at least 22 boats, including 1 semi-submersible in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific Ocean, killing another 71 alleged drug smugglers. And here's a little more about this strike on September 2nd. Report about it. At the time of the September 2nd strike on the boat, Admiral Bradley headed Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC, tasked with the military's most sensitive and dangerous missions. I'm going to skip down a little bit. Since then, Bradley has been promoted to lead U.S. Special Operations Command, JSOC's parent organization, which oversees elite units across the military. SEAL Team 6 conducted the intelligence collection and targeting for this attack and several others, according to 2 people. Now, this is interesting. After this strike, again, what the Washington Post is reporting, that this is with the first boat strike on September 2nd, Hegseth gave a verbal order that everybody on the boat should be killed. After the first strike hit the boat, it was seen on live surveillance video that there were 2 survivors. And then the military, to comply with Hegseth ordered another strike that blew apart the 2 survivors. That's what the Washington Post claims. Now, interestingly, the Washington Post says the protocols were changed after the September 2nd strike to emphasize rescuing suspected smugglers if they survive strikes, according to 3 people. It is unclear who directed the change in protocol and when exactly it took shape. In one October 16th strike in the Atlantic Ocean that killed 2, another 2 men were captured and repatriated to Colombia and Ecuador. In a series of strikes on 4 boats in late October that killed 14 men, 1 apparent survivor was left to the Mexican Coast Guard to retrieve. The body was never found. Now look at this. If the video of the blast, the second strike, that killed the 2 survivors on September 2nd were made public, people would be horrified, said one person who watched the live feed. I'm going to read that again. That's a big allegation. If the video of the blast, the second strike, that killed the 2 survivors on September 2nd were made public, people would be horrified, said one person who watched the live feed. Oh, The Intercept first reported that the survivors were killed in a follow-up attack. In briefing materials provided to the White House, JSOC reported that the double tap or follow-on strike was intended to sink the boat and remove a navigation hazard to other vessels, not to kill survivors, according to another person who saw this report from the military. A similar explanation of the second strike was given to lawmakers in 2 closed-door briefings, according to 2 congressional aides. That explanation has prompted frustration among some members of Congress who say they believe the Pentagon was deceptive in its description of events, the aide said. Representative Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, a Marine Corps veteran and vocal Trump critic, who received a classified briefing from Pentagon officials on the strikes in late October, with other members of the House Services Armed Committee, said, "The idea that wreckage from one small boat in a vast ocean is a hazard to marine traffic is patently absurd, and killing survivors is blatantly illegal," he said. "Mark my words, it may take some time, but Americans will be prosecuted for this, either as a war crime or outright murder." The boat in the first strike was hit a total of 4 times, twice to kill the crew and twice more to sink it, 4 people familiar with the operation said. In subsequent strikes on alleged traffickers that left no survivors, the U.S. military has also fired multiple missiles to remove boats from the waterways, several people familiar with the matter said. Now, do I want to read let me just see what the rest of this is. A new lethal modus operandi. The Pentagon's legal campaign marks a significant and controversial departure from U.S. counter-drug missions in the Western Hemisphere over the last several decades. Typically, Coast Guard ships and personnel have interdicted and boarded vessels believed to be trafficking, confiscating the narcotics, and detaining the suspects for further prosecution. Let me skip down a little bit. Speaking a day after that first strike on the first boat, Hegseth told Fox News he watched the live video feed. feet. Hegseth said, we knew exactly who was in that boat, we knew exactly what they were doing, and we knew exactly who they represented. And that was Tren de Aragua, a narco-terrorist organization designated by the U.S. trying to poison our country with illicit drugs. But in classified briefings to members of Congress, Pentagon officials have not provided any specific names of traffickers or syndicate leaders that they have targeted, lawmakers have said, nor have they publicly released further information beyond surveillance videos of the strikes themselves. Current and former officials within the U.S. military and DEA have expressed doubt that all 11 people aboard the first vessel were complicit in trafficking. The boat in question, a go-fast vessel with 4 motors, is common in the region and would typically be manned by a small crew, perhaps 1 mechanic, a driver or 2, and another person focused on security. More people on board means less room for drugs to sell, a DEA official explained. He assessed that the 11 people may have been a mix of drug runners and legally trafficked migrants. Colombia's president has accused the U.S. in at least one instance of killing an innocent fisherman. Anyways, there are gaps in the videos the administration has released of the strikes on the boat of September 2nd. Some show little beyond an initial violent explosion. There has been no public release of a subsequent strike video, and the Pentagon has not fulfilled a bipartisan request from lawmakers to see unedited footage of that strike, making it impossible to verify any of the administration's claims. So, again, I want to take some comments. Sorry for all the reading, but I wanted to just get out there what this report is saying. This is a Washington Post report. CNN had a similar report yesterday. But again, the basic idea of the report is that when the U.S. first hit one of these drug boats on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth gave a spoken order that to kill everybody on board. And the first missile that hit the boat, the U.S. military was watching on a live feed, and as the smoke cleared, they got a jolt. 2 survivors were clinging to the smoldering wreck. And then the commander overseeing the attack on the boat ordered a second strike to comply with Hegseth's instructions. The 2 men were blown apart in the water. And some say that if that's true, that's an illegal act. And some say that people could even, in theory, be prosecuted for doing that. So that is the allegation. And I want to take some comments from you guys on this. So, and as the Post said, it's not, even if there's this whole controversy about whether these strikes are legal in general. But a whole other aspect of this is, as the Washington Post says, even if the U.S. were at war with the traffickers, let's take it as accepted that there's an actual armed war with traffickers. Even if the U.S. were at war with the traffickers, in order to kill all the boat's occupants if they were no longer able to fight, would in essence be an order to show no quarter, which would be a war crime, said the director of the National Security Law Program at Georgetown Law. And also, just to repeat, one person who watched the live feed told the Washington Post, if the video of the second strike that killed the 2 survivors on September 2nd were made public, people would be horrified. Will that video ever be made public? I have no idea. I'm sure that video... Look, either this happened or it didn't, and the second strike, and... I mean, there's a question of the order as well. But whether there was a second strike that blew apart the 2 survivors, that's a pretty easy question to answer if you have the video. I don't know if the video will ever be made public. Okay, let's take some comments from you guys. Now, our viewer Ogco says, Hegseth is not responsible. The commander who ordered the second strike knows the rules of engagement. Commander responsible if it happened? Now, the article says the commander was doing it because he was following the order of Hegseth. Now, in terms of if there were laws broken here, who might be legally responsible, that's not my wheelhouse. So I'm not going to start weighing in on that. But maybe the commander could possibly have some legal jeopardy depending on what the actual facts of the matter are. I don't know. Again, this article is an allegation. I can't verify that everything in it isn't true, is true. So just I've said allegation, it says allegation on the screen. So I just want to point that out. Let's see here. Our viewer, Mad Mike, says, that's combat. I'm not saying it's good, but that's what happens. Douthis says, I remember when America was better than this. Nick thinks it's a war crime. Wayback Rock thinks the source is biased, that the news outlet is biased. Let's see here. Cinderella Tremaine says Geneva Convention, more like Geneva Suggestion. By the way, Pete Hegseth responded to this allegation in a post. So I want to show you what Pete Hegseth said. Although he didn't, I don't think he directly denied the allegation, but he did respond to it. Oh, and by the way, Sean Parnell, I mentioned this already. White House spokesperson Sean Parnell said, hold on. We told the Washington Post that this entire narrative was false yesterday. These people just fabricate anonymously sourced stories out of whole cloth. Fake news is the enemy of the people. So the Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell alleges that the Washington Post didn't actually talk to real people, and they literally have made up the entire story. That's the allegation from Sean Parnell. Also, here is what Pete Hegseth had to say. He said, as usual, the fake news is delivering more fabricated, inflammatory, and derogatory reporting to discredit our incredible warriors fighting to protect the homeland. As we've said from the beginning and in every statement, these highly effective strikes are specifically intended to be lethal kinetic strikes. The declared intent is to stop lethal drugs, destroy narco boats, and kill the narco terrorists who are poisoning the American people. Every trafficker we kill is affiliated with a designated terrorist organization. The Biden administration preferred the kid gloves approach, allowing millions of people, including dangerous cartels and unvetted Afghans, to flood our communities with drugs and violence. The Trump administration has sealed the border and gone on offense against narco-terrorists. Biden coddled terrorists. We killed them. Our current operations in the Caribbean are lawful under both U.S. and international law, with all actions in compliance with the law of armed conflict and approved by the best military and civilian lawyers up and down the chain of command. Our warriors in Southcom put their lives on the line every day to protect the homeland from narco-terrorists, and I will always have their back. Now, this was posted after the Washington Post story came out, and it seems to be addressed to that, although it's not specifically saying, well, let me... this came out hours after the Washington Post story. But he doesn't specifically get into like, well, the Washington Post said that 2 people survived the initial strike on the boat and they were clinging to the boat, and then a second strike was ordered because I ordered everybody on the boat killed. He doesn't get into that level of specific denial of what the Washington Post said. But he's saying everything that they do is legal. But he didn't get into whether there were 2 strikes on that first boat and whether the second one was a strike done to kill the 2 survivors to comply with his order. He didn't get into that. But he said everything that is being done is legal. So he said that, and then he also said... that was on his Secretary of War account. And he also posted on his personal account. Did he post on his personal account after? Let's see. Yes. On his personal account, he also posted after the Washington Post article, "We have only just begun to kill narco-terrorists." Our viewer Samuel DeMarco says, I wonder if this is one of the reasons that Admiral Alvin Halsey is retiring early. Thank you, Samuel, for your support. Yeah, if you remember, the admiral who is in charge of the, I believe, of Southern Command of the theater of operations, where the military is acting against these boats and threatening Maduro. It came out like a month ago or so, is resigning early. And there was no real explanation given for that. And our viewer is wondering, could this have been part of that whole thing? Let me just show you something about that. Yeah, I mean, we talked about that. That was like a month and a half ago, I think. But yeah, he was the head. Alvin Halsey, the head of the U.S. military's Southern Command. It came out that he was leaving. Unexpected announcement. That was reported in the middle of October. It's typically a 3-year job, and he was less than a year into the job. The New York Times had said that Halsey had raised concerns about the mission and attacks on the alleged drug boats. I don't know. Thank you also, GD by GHD. Yeah, we talked about that early, that story, GD by GHD in the stream. Thank you so much for your support. Thanks, Stoned in the Wasteland, for your support. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Stoned in the Wasteland, and GD by GHD both mentioned a story we talked about earlier, which is yesterday President Trump said he was pardoning the former president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez. Trump said, according to many people I greatly respect, he has been treated very harshly and unfairly. And as we talked about earlier, I showed you the Department of Justice press release from last year. Juan Orlando of Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, was sentenced last year in a U.S. court to 45 years in prison for conspiring to distribute more than 400 tons of cocaine and related firearms offenses. A main allegation is that he was responsible for bringing lots of cocaine into the U.S. You can see, for example, here, Damian Williams, U.S. attorney, said Hernandez helped to facilitate the importation of an almost unfathomable 400 tons of cocaine into the United States, billions of individual doses sent to the U.S. with the protection and support of the former president of Honduras. Now, after years of destructive narco trafficking of the highest imaginable magnitude, Hernandez will spend 45 years without where he belongs in federal prison, but actually it looks like it's going to be about 3 years because President Trump says he's pardoning him. So some of our viewers are saying they think that, I'll post the link to the press release in the chat if you want to read it. But some of our viewers think that if Trump is pardoning this person, that would suggest that that maybe the stuff going on with the drug boats isn't really about stopping drugs, because if he was so focused on stopping drugs, why would he pardon this person? Again, this is just what some of our viewers and some other people out there have been saying. It's been some controversy over this pardon that Trump announced yesterday. But in case you missed our discussion of it yesterday, I wanted to just mention that before I read some more comments here. Where is this? Hang on a second here. I might have something else. Do I have something else on the Hegseth thing? Oh, I have something else to mention on this Hegseth story. Another development I want to mention to you. Let me read a couple more comments, then I'll mention that. The basic idea: a Senate committee, bipartisan, has vowed vigorous oversight after this allegation came out. So I want to talk about this. Thanks to we might do a poll question on this too. I am Charlie. Thanks for your support. And Gary Baines, thanks for the membership. Also, thanks to White Power Ranger fan for your support. who thinks smugglers are often coerced or blackmailed into this either to ensure their family safety or repay debts. Regardless of the crime, it's all so tragic. The Wall Street Journal had an interesting article about smugglers in the region in the last couple days. And it talked about the money that could be made doing this. That's one thing it talked about. I can't remember I don't have the article handy here, but it was an interesting article. If you look on if you have access to the Wall Street Journal, you can look on that. Look it up there. It was sometime in the last couple days. Hang on a moment here. Thanks also to I Am Charlie. Tyler Martin thinks sounds like Hegseth learned the power of his words. I Am Charlie thinks the experts who have a problem with the second strike or alleging that an illegal second double tap strike took place. I Am Charlie thinks the so-called experts are Democrats, communists, or Marxists. Thank you, ACC75, who says drug smugglers only understand one language and puts 2 explosion emojis there. Thanks also Stone in the Wasteland again for your support, and also I Am Charlie. Thank you, I Am Charlie, for your support. Who says 85% to 90% of those Americans in the military don't see combat. They keep the machine going. Thank them. Thanks, Jeff06360, by the way, for your support. And also, thanks, Big Dog Gaming, for your support on Twitch. Thanks, Hefty Tartar, for subscribing on Twitch. And thank you to Y Chin. Hey, Y, that's so nice of you. Thanks so much, Y Chin, for your support. I really appreciate that. Hey, let's talk about this aspect of this Hegseth story. Again, we are covering this story. The Wall Street Journal reported this, and I believe CNN has reported something similar about Hegseth. They echoed, where is it here? Yes, so CNN has a similar story. CNN story says that the U.S. military carried out a second strike on a suspected drug vessel on September 2nd after the initial strike did not kill everybody on board. And CNN said that Defense Secretary Hegseth had ordered everybody killed on board. CNN said it's not clear if Hegseth knew there were survivors prior to the second strike. The Wall Street Journal reported that Hegseth had ordered everybody be killed on board, and after the first hit on the boat, there were 2 survivors, and the military head of the operation who was running it then, to comply with Hegseth's order, ordered a second strike on the boat, which blew apart the 2 survivors in the water. So let me show you this. This Senate Armed Services Committee, let me show you what they had to say about this. Hang on a moment here. There's a bipartisan statement they put out about this. Where is it here? Hold on, I'll show you. I'm going to show you guys. I have it here. I'd like to get the original page for you. And let me show the article has it. So let me just go back to the article here. Oh, hold on. Maybe it's on Jack Reed's social media. News. Okay, so here is the reported statement. Hang on. This was posted by Washington Post's Andrew D. Grandpre. You can see it right here. It says, oops. Here. I need to make this smaller so you can see it. Oops. Here it is. Chairman Wicker and Ranking Member Reid issue statement on recent news reports concerning the Southcom area of responsibility. U.S. Senator Roger Wicker, Republican, Mississippi, Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and U.S. Senator Jack Reed, Democrat, Rhode Island, Ranking Member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, today issued the following statement. This is from yesterday. The committee is aware of recent news reports and the Department of Defense's initial response regarding alleged follow-on strikes on suspected narcotics vessels in the Southcom area of responsibility. The committee has directed inquiries to the department, and we will be conducting vigorous oversight to determine the facts related to these circumstances. Vigorous oversight, they say. And here's the headline from the Washington Post about this. Senate committee vows vigorous oversight in killing of boat strike survivors. The head of the Republican-led Senate Armed Services Committee has pledged vigorous oversight after a Washington Post report that Defense Secretary Hegseth gave a spoken order to kill all crew members during the first U.S. strike against suspected drug smugglers in the Caribbean earlier this year. A live drone feed showed 2 survivors from the original crew of 11 clinging to the wreckage of their boat after the initial missile attack September 2nd, the Post reported yesterday. The Special Operations Commander overseeing the operation then ordered a second strike to comply with Hegseth's directive, according to 2 people with direct knowledge of the operation, killing both survivors. Those people, along with 5 others in the original report, spoke on the condition of anonymity to the Post. Okay, so I don't know what we're going to hear more from the Senate Armed Services Committee, vigorous oversight of this alleged incident. Bridget thinks there were war crimes. Prometheus Quasar thinks one side is lying. We really will never know which one. Let me ask a question here. Hold on a second here. I'm going to do a poll question. Hang on. I'm going to do a poll question. The poll question is, will the unedited video of the strike on this boat ever be released? Whatever's on it. I don't know what's on it. Will the unedited boat strike video of this particular strike we're talking about hold on a second. Actually, I should say I'm gonna ask a different way. Be released before when? 2028? I'll just put a year on it. I'll put a year on it. Before 2028. Okay, so because if it could be released in 100 years, but that's not the intent of the question. So I'm going to ask if it's going to be released in the next few years. We'll see what you guys have to say about this. Well, I mean, and the reason it's important is, I mean, there's a question about what actually happened. So, you know, there's a bunch of public interest in this. So one thing you could do to help the public see what actually happened, I mean, it's not going to give you the whole story, but it'll, at least it's a start, is to release the video. Oh, did it not get posted on YouTube? I'm sorry. Hold on. I didn't get posted on YouTube. Got to do it on YouTube. It's there on YouTube now. All right, the poll is there. All right, hang on a second here. I'm gonna show you the response to the poll right now. Okay, on YouTube. The question was, in the next few years, before 2028, I kind of just picked a year, a couple of years ahead, will the unedited strike video of this boat strike that's been getting reported about, but we don't have the unedited video, so we can't see what happened, will it be released before 2028? 35% say yes, 65% say no. And then on Twitch, 69% say no, 31% say yes. So the majority of you think it will not be released anytime soon. Deranged Cabot thinks it won't be released because it doesn't exist. Bubba Sizemore says President Vance will not release it. Frosted Bite says, Washington Post, CNN, and rhinos are the enemies of America. We don't give a blank. Tap, tap, tap. Lauren SB1B thinks this has been American policy for decades. Chucky's Chicklet says they will never let us see the video. JMD Jess says the footage will be buried with the Epstein files. Sarah says there's not much to see in the video. They're literally blowing up people deliberately. It's not a secret. I will mention again that in the Washington Post article, they said that one person who watched the live feed of the video when it was happening said if the video of the blast that killed the 2 survivors on September 2nd were made public, people would be horrified. That's what that person said. Day by Day thinks it will get released before the Epstein files. TLT says no, and it shouldn't be. Denise Horton says yes when it goes to court and is shown as evidence. I have no idea. A whole other question is, look, I told you this is the allegation. I wasn't in the room when it happened and all that, so I can't tell you the facts about everything that happened. But is there, in the future, will someone face any kind of discipline for this, what allegedly happened or not? That's a whole other question. I have no idea. Artist Caverlin says, we've already seen what happens in Gaza. No one is shocked. Hey, thanks to Elvado1 for your support from Australia. Now, Elvado thinks what Hegseth allegedly did is a war crime. Oh, now, Elvado said that in World War II, a German U-boat sunk a ship and killed its survivors. It's not just a war crime, but the U.S. surrenders global authority and degrades international law, putting soldiers in jeopardy. So if I remember right, there were some people on social media claiming that there'd been a similar situation, I believe, in World War II. But let me see if I can find the reference. I saw someone, I don't have it, I saw some people saying this kind of thing yesterday. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know myself. Hold on a second here. I was trying to. Some people I follow had posted stuff related to this. Anyways, I'm not sure. This might be what our viewer was referring to. There was a German U-boat commander in World War II who was tried, convicted, and condemned and executed after the war for ordering his crew to shoot the survivors of a Greek merchantman sunk by a German U-boat. So, our viewer, I'm not an expert on this incident. You can read about it on X at the article right there. Our viewer thinks that it's similar to the allegation of that we were just telling you about the alleged second strike on the drug boat on September 2nd. Let's see here. Hey, thanks, by the way, so much to I Am Charlie for your support. I really appreciate it. I Am Charlie, thanks so much for all your support of the channel. It's really nice of you. Much appreciated. Thanks also E.W. Fisher, who claims that in World War II, there was a U.S. submarine captain had crew fire on survivors in the water after torpedoing a Japanese ship. I'm not familiar with that purported incident as well. You can read about that incident on the article USS Wahoo on Wikipedia. They have an article about what E.W. Fisher mentioned. The Wikipedia article on the USS Wahoo says controversy still attaches to this action in that troops in the water may have been deliberately targeted by Wahoo. You can read about that there. Thanks BTC later, who thinks the only way video of the alleged second strike gets released is congressional inquiry. Thanks also the Moom22 for being a member. Thanks Joe9611, who says, "Oh no, we tapped a drug boat of people we were trying to kill a second time, not like it was in the middle of the ocean and they would drown anyway." Thank you, Joe9611. Also thanks to Diane Nicaton, who says the rules of engagement were inevitable as soon as they were labeled terrorists, and thousands of hours of combat footage from the GWOT will back this. John Strives says collateral murder. Bad Toastery thinks that World War II has a ton of these incidents. Jay Knows Which, our viewer, thinks anyone who thinks this incident is okay doesn't know international law or the history behind it. Betty Lou Innim2 thinks Pete is in trouble if this is true. Uglet says, won't somebody please think of the poor drug smugglers? So, I mean, this is certainly a story we could hear more about. I don't know, for example, the Senate Armed Services Committee said they're going to conduct vigorous oversight about this. So maybe we'll hear something in the Senate Armed Services Committee about it. I don't know. Maybe in the future. Down the road, there'll be more about it. That I don't know. There might be more reporting about it. Okay. Thank you. What's your last name, Dees? Who says Pete double tapped with bombs? Wow. Hey, Rory McLean is watching this from the hospital, I guess. Feel better, Rory McLean. Thank you, Rory. Feel better. We should discuss here. Let me just make sure I don't have any things that have come out the last few minutes. M.D. Waldman says, I think there was an incident under Patton. The Germans shot the troops and took their boots. That's what M.D. Waldman said. Jonathan's back says, Hegseth is playing Battleship like when they were kids. Hold on a second here. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Might want to do an update. We might want to do an update on the National Guard shooting. I think we should talk about that. We haven't talked about that yet today. We should discuss that. I think we're going to discuss that. Give me one moment here. The live stream ended from the Gulf of, what's it called? The Gulf of the body of water next to Venezuela. The Gulf of Paria. The live stream ended from there, by the way. A quick thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate them being here. We have Janet B, Leslie Ladyhawk on YouTube moderating over there. Thank you. And over on Twitch, we have Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie on Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Riff Tracks. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over on X. Thanks so much. And thanks, Chuck Mosca, for subscribing on Facebook, by the way. Kay, Larry, Batty, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook. Thank you. And shout out to some of our, thanks, Beth Mythical, Janet B, Ruth Krafasi for moderating, Leslie Ladyhawk on YouTube. Some of our YouTube members, shout out to our YouTube members, people like J.K. Sinar, Pat W., John Strives, Space Fraggle, Taste Vim, Chris N., Possumy, Deeps, Molly Morgan, the one and only, just to thank a few, Owl Hippie, I Am Charlie, Stephen Williams, Cynthia, Zelgeth, Drunk Dreams, and all of our other YouTube members. Thank you. Sweet Country Living in Michigan, The Moon, thanks. Let's talk about I want to give an update on the National Guard shooting. Oh, and also the related pronouncements about asylum in the U.S. and immigration in the U.S. by President Trump in the aftermath of that. You can see here, suspect in shooting of National Guard members faces murder charge as U.S. halts all asylum decisions. So, as I'm sure many of you have heard by now, one of the two National Guard members who was shot, Sarah Beckstrom, has died tragically in this shooting that happened earlier this week. And the Trump administration said it is halting all asylum decisions and has also paused issuing visas for people traveling on Afghan passports. Here, let me show you a couple posts here. Show you what President Trump said and also what the Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services said. So this is from 23 hours ago from the Director of U.S. Immigration and, hold on. It's the Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Here's what he said. Joseph B. Edlow. He said, USCIS has halted all asylum decisions until we can ensure that every alien is vetted and screened to the maximum degree possible. The safety of American people always comes first. Now, I don't know how many pending asylum decisions there were at the moment. He also said on November 27th, at the direction of the president, I have directed a full-scale, rigorous re-examination of every green card for every alien from every country of concern. Now, I'm not sure what all the countries of concern are. Green cards it gives you the permanent right to be in the country. And also, I believe after 3 to 5 years of having a green card, you can apply for citizenship. But green card is permanent residency, I believe. It's a permanent resident card. You can live and work permanently in the United States. But this, now I don't know what is it's a full-scale, rigorous re-examination of every green card for every alien from every country of concern. Also, he said all immigration requests relating to Afghan nationals, all of them are stopped indefinitely, pending further review of security and vetting protocols. Los Cuatro Jinetes says keyword country of concern. I don't know exactly what the countries of concern are. Let me show you some more on this. I just wanted to show you some of these statements. And then President Trump has posted about this too, some things about this. President Trump just posted something an hour ago on his Truth Social. He says, winning is always nice. This is from President Trump on Truth Social. Winning is always nice.
We got it on video. We got it on video.
All right, hang on a moment here. I want to show you more about what he said about immigration. Hold on a second here. Hang on. He also spoke in person about it. We might look at that in a second. You know what, for the moment, let me just show you some more of that article here. You can see AP says, the director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services said in a post on X that the asylum decisions will be paused, all asylum decisions, until we can ensure that every alien is vetted and screened to the maximum degree possible. Experts say the U.S. has rigorous vetting systems for asylum seekers. Asylum claims made from inside the country through USCIS have faced long backlogs. Critics say the slowdown has been exacerbated during the Trump administration. Here's a little background on the shooter. The shooter of the suspected shooter of the National Guard troops. Lockenwall has been living in Bellingham, Washington, about 80 miles north of Seattle with his wife and 5 children, said his former landlord. A neighbor of Lockenwall's, the suspected shooter, told the AP in a phone interview that Lockenwall was polite, quiet, and spoke very little English. The neighbor said he attended the same mosque as Lockenwall and had heard from other members that Lockenwall was struggling to find work. Some of his children attended the same school as Lockenwall's children. He was so quiet and the kids were so polite, they were so playful. But we didn't see anything bad about him, said the neighbor. The neighbor said Lockenwall disappeared about 2 weeks ago. Lockenwall had briefly worked as an independent contractor for Amazon Flex, which allows people to use their own cars to deliver packages. A company spokesperson told AP. Lockenwall delivered packages from the end of July till the end of August and had not been active since. He entered the U.S. in 2021 through Operation Allies Welcome, a Biden administration program that resettled Afghans after the U.S. withdrawal from the country. He applied for asylum during the Biden administration, but his asylum was approved during the Trump administration. He served in a CIA-backed Afghan army unit known as one of the Special Zero units in the southern province of Kandahar, according to a resident of Khost, Afghanistan, who identified himself as Lockenwall's cousin. The cousin said Lockenwall had started out working as a security guard for the unit in 2012 and was later promoted to become a team member and GPS specialist. Zero units were paramilitary units manned by Afghans, but backed by the CIA that also served in frontline fighting with CIA paramilitary officers. Activists had attributed abuses to the units. They played a key role in the chaotic U.S. withdrawal from the country, providing security around Kabul International Airport as Americans withdrew from the country. On Wednesday night, Trump called for the reinvestigation of all Afghan refugees who had entered under the Biden administration, initiative that brought roughly 76,000 people to the country. The program has faced many of them who had worked as interpreters and translators. The program has faced intense scrutiny from Trump and others over allegations of gaps in the vetting process, even as advocates say there was extensive vetting and the program offered a lifeline to people at risk of Taliban reprisals. We should probably take a look. We were not on the air. I'm going to take some comments here. We were not on the air when Trump spoke on Thursday. That was during Thanksgiving. And he announced that one of the 2 National Guardsmen had died. And he answered some questions. So I think we probably should check that out. Mad Mike thinks the person had serious PTSD. Mad Mike thinks the suspect was on an assassination team. Day by Day says he drove across the country with a .357 handgun to shoot 2 people strange. Laura Hembling says news reporting Maduro is fleeing Venezuela. Is this accurate? I have not seen any news outlets reporting it. I've seen a random X account claim they have sources who say it. I've seen nothing. I've seen nothing that I see resembling a reliable news account reporting it. If I do see such a thing, I will certainly let you know. Tina says he must have snapped. Harry says he was a translator who spoke very little English. No, the articles that I've seen do not say he was a translator. Taze Vim thinks these zero units were like death squads that operated outside the usual ROE norms. Let's see if I have anything else about him. Hold on a second here. Hold on. Hang on a second here. His name again was, his last name was Lockenwall. Give me a moment here. Oh, here, right here. Look. National Guard shooting suspect is one of CIA's zero units. This is from the Washington Post. The man suspected of shooting 2 National Guard members near the White House this week, one of them fatally, is an Afghan national who came to the U.S. in September 2021 because of his work with the U.S. government, including the CIA. That's Rahmanullah Lockenwall. Lockenwall was among tens of thousands of Afghan nationals who came to the U.S. as part of Operation Allies Welcome, a Biden-era program. He had worked with the U.S. government, including the CIA. Lockenwall was part of one of the CIA's zero units that were involved in combat missions to seize or kill suspected terrorists, according to several people familiar with the matter, who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss details of the investigation. Further details about his specific role in service with the CIA are not yet known. The zero units, says the Washington Post, were involved in anti-terror raids. The zero units, also known as National Strike Units, were involved in dangerous and often deadly night raids and other missions to kill or capture members of the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, the Islamic State, and other terrorist groups. The CIA and U.S. military provided intelligence and logistical support to these squads. The CIA has never publicly acknowledged its work with the zero units, which have been shadowed by allegations of human rights violations, including a 2019 Human Rights Watch report that found they had conducted summary executions and other abuses. Lockenwall and other Afghan paramilitary members would have undergone extensive vetting before joining the zero units and were supposed to be monitored closely once in service, people familiar with the matter said. U.S. officials have said the zero units were effective fighters and that they played a critical role in assisting with the chaotic American evacuation from Afghanistan in late August 2021, probably saving U.S. lives. He was described as a polite neighbor, says the Post. Neighbors interviewed about him in Bellingham, Washington, where he lived with his wife and 5 children in a second-floor unit in an apartment building for about a year. Several neighbors said they had little contact with him but would see him in passing, often coming home late at night. They described him as polite. Another neighbor said he was Pashtun. The two attended the same nearby mosque. He said he hadn't seen Lockenwall in recent weeks. So some of our viewers were mentioning the zero units. Our viewer D-Trade thinks he snapped. D-Trade thinks he looked unhealthy too. Oh, by the way, just something about asylum. This article about U.S. halts all asylum decisions, pauses visas for Afghan nationals, which is from today in the Washington Post. It says, I was wondering. It says U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, I believe that is, was reviewing more than 1.4 million pending affirmative asylum claims at the end of 2024, pushing wait times for decisions for many of them to more than a year. Oh, this is interesting. The director of immigration studies at the Libertarian Cato Institute said a pause on affirmative asylum cases would seem to be at cross purposes to Trump's mass deportation campaign because the administration cannot remove people who legally are in the country and awaiting an asylum decision. He suggested the administration could be moving toward enacting stricter policies that would aim to issue blanket denials for most asylum claims. Interesting. So maybe something coming is that President Trump will issue stricter policies on the claim on adjudicating these claims. That's interesting. I think we should take a look at what President Trump had to say on Thursday, by the way, because we weren't on the air Thursday, so I'd like to show that. Let me read some more comments from you guys about what's going on. Oh, I did see something about, I want to mention this also before I take some comments. I saw something about this surviving National Guard member. Where did I see that? Yes. So the Virginia governor today said on Fox News, the West Virginia governor, that Andrew Wolf is fighting for his life right now. And his family and all his friends, they're trying to harvest as many prayers as possible. So today on Fox News, the West Virginia governor said this surviving National Guard member is fighting for his life. That's not good, obviously. Also, a representative from West Virginia, Riley Moore, told Fox and Friends Weekend today that Wolf is hanging on. He's hanging on. So hopefully he survives, but it sounds very, very serious. The governor told Fox News that Wolf's condition as of today remains very serious. So I just wanted to mention that. I am your mom says thoughts for both. Ruth says prayers for him and his family. Hold on a second here. Who was shot first? So John asked this. So there is video. I don't have the rights to the video, but there is video that the Wall Street Journal originally posted from a passerby who videoed some of the, actually caught on a phone, I believe, some of the shooting incident. And if I have it right, from what I saw in that video, I'm going to post, I'll post a link. AZ Intel had reposted it. I'll post the link in the chat. But it looks to me like what's happening is that if I'm seeing it right, I believe that maybe you see the male National Guard member who, well, I don't even know actually. You see a male National Guard member trying, looks like maybe hiding or pursuing the shooter at the time or hiding from the shooter. So if he's the second one, then the woman would have gotten shot first, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. It looked to me like maybe she had been shot first, and then on the video you saw him chasing the male one, the shooter. But I'm not positive. Zesty Zomp believes Sarah the female was first. Okay, hang on a moment here. By the way, obviously over the weekend, if there's some kind of huge development with Venezuela, we'll certainly come on the air to cover it. I'll be keeping an eye on that. I have no idea if something big is going to develop this weekend. We'll have to see. President Trump did post this today, by the way. Speaking of the immigration stuff. 2 hours ago, President Trump posted this on Truth Social. This is from his Truth Social. He said, Immigration and Nationality Act, Section 212, whenever the president finds that the entry of any aliens or of any class of aliens into the U.S. would be detrimental to the interests of the U.S., he may by proclamation and for such a period as he shall deem necessary, suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens as immigrants or non-immigrants, or impose on the entry of aliens any restrictions he may deem to be appropriate. So is that a sign that some new proclamation is coming from President Trump? I don't know. He posted that a couple hours ago. Some of our viewers are mentioning Flight Radar 24. I'll check it. Oh. Yeah, this is pretty common, guys. So there is a U.S. Navy fighter jet, it looks like, FA-18E Super Hornet, flying north of Venezuela. I will say this again. Numerous times over recent weeks, maybe recent months, numerous times, the U.S. has sent planes near the coast of Venezuela, which you could see on radar. So if you just because you see U.S. planes on radar does not mean an attack is coming. This has happened numerous times, and sometimes there's a group of them flying. Several days ago, there was a group of them flying right up the coast. I would imagine if there's really an attack going on, you're not going to see these planes on Flight Radar 24. But yes, there is an FA-18E Super Hornet right there on Flight Radar 24. That's a fighter aircraft. Is there a second one? Let's see. It says FX-51. Are there two of them there? Well, that's one. Oh, it's weird. Why am I seeing two, but when I click on one, the other one seems to disappear? Well, there are two that you can see. But I can only see them when I click on the most tracked. That's just a civilian one right there. You can go to Flight Radar 24 and check it out. By the way, thanks so much to Crazy Yoda Crazy Yoda thinks narco-terrorists are not covered under the Geneva Convention. That's what Crazy Yoda thinks, referring to the previous story. Thank you so much, Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda says they are not a country or soldiers or officers. That's what Crazy Yoda says. Thanks, Ray Paul's Picks, for your support. Who says neocons aren't beating the bloodthirst allegations. Barcodable thinks double tap may have been the wrong thing to do. Evelyn thinks these fights are part of a pressure campaign to test air defenses and signal military readiness. I think maybe the numbers of people tracking them are going down, so maybe that's because they've fallen off of... When I click on it, I can still... Oh, one of them is gone now, I think. Yeah, so they might have just gone off of radar. Well, that one I can still see there. Although, I don't know if we're... When I get off of it, it disappears. So I don't know if it's actively broadcasting its position anymore. Let me... What I think we should do is I think we should look at what President Trump had to say. Well, hold on a second. Thanks to Graybeard Games for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, Graybeard Games, by the way. I think we should look at what President Trump had to say on Thursday because we never covered that. And he talked about Venezuela and he took questions. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but I would like to watch some of it because we never covered it. So let's watch some of this just out of interest. This is going to be President Trump. And this was, hold on. I need to get rid of that. Voltage thinks they will be attacking now or soon in Venezuela. This was in Palm Beach, Florida. Give me 1 second here. Let me check something else. But I want to check. He talked about several things, I believe, on Thursday. Hold on a second here. All right, let's take a look.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Everybody ready?
Victor, are you ready?
Okay, we're all set.
Mike, are we ready? Chris, we ready?
Yep, we're good.
Go ahead. Is he hot? You're good, sir.
I assume we're on and everybody sees us. I see you, a lot of great looking faces. Am I correct? Everybody's on, right? If you are, wave. If you're not, just you can leave and go have turkey. Good. I think everyone's waving. Thank you very much.
This was President Trump in a call with service members on Thursday, but he also took some questions. So I just wanted to see some of this because we weren't on Thursday.
And I'm honored to speak with so many incredible members of the U.S. military and to wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving. Before we begin, I want to express the anguish and the horror of our entire nation at the terrorist attack yesterday in our nation's capital, in which a savage monster gunned down two service members in the West Virginia National Guard who were deployed as part of the D.C. task force, which has done such an incredible job. I mean, until yesterday, we literally had no incidents for many months. It was the safest place imaginable, and this is a different kind of crime. This is a really bad crime. Millions of Americans are praying for those heroes and their families, and I must unfortunately tell you that just seconds before I went on, right now, I heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, started service in June of 2023, outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her parents are with her. It's just happened. She was savagely attacked. She's dead. She's not with us. Incredible person. Outstanding in every single way, in every department. That's horrible. As you know, the other young man is fighting for his life. He's in very bad shape. He's fighting for his life, and hopefully we'll get better news with respect to him. And the monster that did this is also in serious condition. But we won't even talk about him. As you may know, DHS has confirmed that the suspect is an Afghan national, flown here by the previous administration, who was such a bad administration. And I have a picture of a plane. This is what it looked like when they came in. It was total bedlam. Do you remember that period of time? Total bedlam. People crammed onto the plane. And the toughest, meanest, most capable physically got on the plane. Not the people that we were looking for or that they wanted to bring in. Here's a picture for you. Just take a look at that plane. Standing on top of each other and sitting on top of each other. This is what we had under the Biden administration. That whole thing should have never, ever happened. They should have left from a different base. They should have left from Bagram, as you know, and it would have been a much different story. But they didn't do that, and this was just a rout, just a terrible situation. This heinous atrocity reminds us that we have no greater national security priority than ensuring that we have full control over the people that enter and remain in our country. For the most part, we don't want them. They come in illegally, have a lot of problems. Their countries force them in because their countries are smart. They don't want them. Let's give them to the Americans to take care of. They come out of jails in many cases, mental institutions, they're gang members, they're drug dealers. We don't want them. Many of the service members on this call today are engaged in crucial aspects of that mission. And to each and every one of you, I just want to thank you so much. Incredible people. You make this sacrifice like few others understand. A lot of them don't even understand it. And you're keeping America safe and free. Our military is strong. My first term, I rebuilt our military, all aspects of our military. And in Afghanistan, we actually gave up a big chunk, but relatively, as much as it seemed like it's small compared to what we bought and to what we have and to what we're buying. We're spending over $1 trillion this year on our military. We have a military, the best in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. And we have the best people in the world. So joining us this evening are 6 units deployed across our hemisphere, representing every branch of the United States Armed Forces. First, I want to thank the members of Army's legendary 101st Airborne Division. You know, I've heard about that since I was a little boy. The Screaming Eagles, calling in from Fort Huachuca, Arizona. And you're led by Major General David Gardner, a real tough cookie and great general. I appreciate it, General Gardner.
Okay.
The 101st has done an outstanding job leading the task force, joint task force at our southern border.
I want to show you the first part, but I want to get to where he takes questions. He took some questions, I believe, during this appearance on Thursday. So let me forward it through to where he takes questions. If you give me a second, I'm going to get that queued up for you here. It takes me a second.
Projecting credibility. Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
It was the word Indian swing shift. Did it go down?
Question for the president.
Patrolling the southwest border off the coast of California.
Alex Wild, United States Coast Guard.
Good evening, Mr. President.
In conjunction with actually this.
I think he did.
Excited about income close.
Here.
Yes, sir. You see it?
All right, hang on a moment.
Thank you very much. Okay. We can cut that then. We can cut that. Hello.
So I think this is right at the end of the appearance. He took a few minutes of questions, if I have this right. So let's play this here. He did a call with the military on Thursday, and then I believe he took some questions. So I'm going to hit play now and see this. Hold on.
Okay. We can cut that. Hello.
Hello, good to see you. Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You too.
A question about this tragic shooting in Washington, D.C. U.S. officials say that the suspect worked very closely with the CIA in Afghanistan for years, that he was vetted, and the vetting came up clean.
He went cuckoo. I mean, he went nuts. And that happens, too. It happens too often with these people. You see them. But look, this is how they come in. This is how they're standing on top of each other, and that's an airplane. There was no vetting or anything. They came in unvetted. And we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out. But they go cuckoo. Something happens to them.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person. And there's a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked, there were many of them, and they came in on big planes, and it was disgraceful. And if you look, you'll see there was a law passed. It makes it almost impossible not to let them in, not to certify them, so to speak, once they come in. And they came in, and they shouldn't have come in. And frankly, the whole thing was a mess. The whole Afghanistan situation was a mess. It should have never taken place. If we're going to go out, and we would have gone out because I had everybody ready to go, we were going to go out with strength and dignity and precision, and we would have left from Bagram, and we would have kept Bagram, by the way, because of its very close relationship to China and where they make their missiles. But when you let the people come in by the thousands and thousands and thousands, they made a terrible mistake. But they were incompetent. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you for having us here tonight. Have you spoken with Sarah and Andrew's family?
We have a call in a little while, actually, right after this.
Do you plan to...
Well, the family is devastated, as you can imagine. But we have spoken. I mean, my people have spoken with the family. We'll be speaking tonight, tomorrow. You have to give them a little... They just found out about their daughter. You know, you can't just call 2 seconds later.
Yeah, of course.
It's a very, very tough situation.
Obviously.
She was so outstanding. I mean, I just heard outstanding in every single way.
It's in the early stages, obviously, but do you plan to attend Sarah's funeral?
I haven't thought about it yet, but it certainly is something I could conceive of. I love West Virginia. You know, I won West Virginia by one of the biggest margins of any president anywhere. And it's, you know, these are great people. I love the people of West Virginia. I love the people of our country. But I haven't given it any thought, but it sounds like something I could do, yeah. It's very raw.
Yeah, of course. The suspect does have a wife and 5 children who live in Washington. Do you plan to deport them?
The suspect has?
The suspect?
Well, we're looking at that right now. We're looking at the whole situation with family. It's a tragic situation. Yeah, Jeff?
Mr. President, are there any changes you want to make to improve safety for National Guardsmen who are being sent into these cities?
No, just I want to have more. As you know, we're sending 500 more. We had very little crime in Washington now for, many months. Record-setting low crime, and this happened. And I don't know how you put this on the scale of that. This is sort of different. This is terrorism threat, and this was done because they're so effective. If they weren't effective, you probably wouldn't have had this done. But this was done because the National Guard has been so effective. You know, you went from having a tremendous amount of crime and death, killing, everything else, to having none. And this happened, I assume, because it was so effective. And maybe this man was upset because he couldn't practice crime. Who knows what his motivation was? But what he did was horrible.
And you've made changes for Afghanis' ability to apply for asylum. Do you blame all Afghans for this one man's not mistake?
No, but we've had a lot of problems with Afghans because they had a lot of them coming in on these planes. Again, I show you this picture. We had a lot of them coming in on these planes that are, look at them. There was no check-in. They just poured into the plane. And many of these people are criminals. Many of these people are people that shouldn't be here. And many of them have been gotten out. I mean, we've gotten out a lot of the people that, you know, we've taken a lot of them out of here. But they came in, legally, right? Yeah, I know, the old story. Many are wonderful, yeah, I'm sure.
I said many are here legally, though. What should they think in terms of their prospects?
Well, they can't be happy, okay? They can't be happy. Because what's taking place between that, if you look at Somalia, they're taking over Minnesota, and we got a lot of problems with the gangs, with all of the things taking place in Minnesota. We have an incompetent governor, we have a dope governor. They can't be happy about what's going on. And if you talk about the Afghans, you know, there's a problem because so many Bedouins came in on the planes. They just walked in. Whoever the strongest people were physically in a way, but whoever the strongest, they got on the planes. There was no check-in. They just swamped the planes. They took off. We had no idea who they were. Yeah, do you want to ask a question behind?
Me?
Yeah.
Hi, sir.
Sure. Hi.
What do the Somalians have to do with this Afghan guy who shot the national?
Nothing, but Somalians have caused a lot of trouble. They're ripping us off for a lot of money. There's a tremendous amount of money going back to Somalia. What the hell are we paying money to Somalia for? But they're ripping off our country at a level that few people have been able to see before. That's about the only thing. You talk about competence. We have Ilhan Omar, who does nothing but complain about our country and our Constitution. And she comes from a country with practically no country. It's devastated, it's crime-ridden, it's a mess, it's a disgrace. And we took their people at a tremendous... We're not taking their people anymore. We're not taking their people. And we're getting a lot of their people out because they're nothing but trouble. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Go ahead.
I have a question about this asylum claim that is being floated. Of course, you just detailed that this suspect was flown in under the Biden administration.
Yeah.
But was he granted asylum under your administration?
When it comes to asylum, when they're flown in, it's very hard to get them out. No matter how you want to do it, it's very hard to get them out. But we're going to be getting them all out now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
Here, take that picture if you want it, press.
Okay, so wanted to just check on some of what President Trump was saying on Thursday. Who knows if sounds like there may be some more policies, initiatives coming from the Trump administration on immigration, perhaps. And by the way, Josh Tompkins, our viewer, speaking of Venezuela, sent me this. If you want to check on this account, the Pentagon Pizza Report account, Penn Pizza Report. The idea is maybe if some military action is going to happen soon, maybe that a sign of that is that pizzerias are busy near the Pentagon. I don't know. They said while most pizzerias nearby the Pentagon are reporting below average traffic, the closest Domino's to the Pentagon has surged in traffic as of 5:33 p.m. You can check out the Pentagon Pizza Report at Penn Pizza Report. People are wondering, since President Trump posted this morning that the airspace in Venezuela should be considered closed if some sort of military action is imminent. Let's see here. I want to talk about Ukraine a little bit on this stream too. We haven't even talked about that. We should talk about that. Thanks, Nina Drew, for your support, by the way. I appreciate it, Nina Drew. Much appreciated. Also, thanks so much to Chicklet Adams. Maybe is Chicklet Adams from Chicklet Adams? Is Chicklet Adam from Brazil? Maybe? Hold on a second here. Oh, no, South Africa. I think Chicklet Adams is from South Africa. Maybe. Who said there's a plane flying from Bogota to Caracas, and we all know that Colombia is siding with Venezuela. So I can't look at flight radar at individual planes and say, what they're there, if anything's going on with them. But some people are tracking different planes flying over Venezuela. The top tracked one is this small plane flying over Venezuela right now on Flight Radar 24. You can check that out. We're not seeing I don't see any U.S. military planes that are being publicly tracked by a lot of people there at the moment. Thank you, Chicklet Adams, for your support. Also, Tony C. Sr. for being a member. Also, Cap02 for your support. Cap02, referring to the Hegseth double tap allegation story, said, I was in the service, and what I know is if you can find reason, even if in fine print, and it can legally be done. Plus, we have a president that is actually using their executive powers for once. Thank you, Tony C. Sr., for the gift membership, by the way. Hey, let's talk about, what we haven't done on the stream? We have not talked about, there was an important development, I think it was yesterday in Ukraine. Was it yesterday? When the top aide to President Zelensky resigned as part of this big corruption scandal. So I want to mention that because we haven't even discussed it. Since we're doing a news roundup stream and we can talk about whatever. Maybe we'll take a few comments on that. I have a couple things to show you on that. Hold on a moment. I'll pull it up on the screen if I can. Where did everything go here? I have too much up on my screen. That's the problem. Look, Zelensky's chief of staff, the powerful Andriy Yermak, resigned after anti-corruption investigators search home. I believe, if I remember right, the nature of the corruption of the scandal is that people who wanted to work with the country's energy agency, when they got contracts from the energy agency, they'd be forced to give kickbacks to certain people, if I have that right. Let's see here. Ukrainian President Zelensky announced Friday the resignation of his powerful chief of staff, Andriy Yermak, who was also the country's lead negotiator in talks with the U.S. after his residence was searched by anti-corruption investigators. The unprecedented search, says AP, at the heart of Ukraine's government was a blow for the Ukrainian leader Zelensky that risked disrupting his negotiating strategy at a time when Ukraine is under intense U.S. pressure to sign a peace deal, nearly 4 years after Russia invaded it. Yermak has long been a trusted confidant of Zelensky, who has resisted persistent pressure to replace Yermak. Let's see here. Did Zelensky post about this in English, by the way? Let me see if he made a statement in English about this. Maybe I can show you what he said. Let's see here. Hang on. Let me not get into, I don't want to worry about that too much right now. Let me just go back and show you a couple things about this. Zelensky said, "We don't have a right to retreat or argue against between ourselves. If we lose unity, we risk losing everything. We must unite. We must hold on. We have no other choice. We won't have another Ukraine." He said, "I don't want anybody to be questioning Ukraine, and that's why we have today's decisions." In his nightly address, he announced he was resetting the presidential office. He said Yermak had submitted his resignation and he would begin consultations Saturday to appoint a new chief of staff. Energy sector scandal. So some background on this corruption scandal. The National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine and the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office are leading a major investigation into a $100 million energy sector scandal involving top Ukrainian officials that has dominated domestic headlines in recent weeks. It is not clear if the searches yesterday or earlier this week of Yermak's home were related to the case. Investigators suspect that Timur Mindich, a one-time business partner of Zelensky's, was the plot's mastermind. I was going to show you a little more about the actual scandal. Hold on a second here. Let's see here. Yeah, The Economist said yesterday that the corruption probes documented kickbacks amounting to at least $100 million paid by suppliers to Energoatom, the state's nuclear power company. So I guess the idea would be is if you got a contract to supply the state's nuclear power company, you would need to pay kickbacks to certain people, if I have that right. It is unclear. They point out that Zelensky's aide, Yermak, has not been named as a person of interest so far. Doom Chaser says, and that's just the energy kickbacks? People, I have had, by the way, people keep in the chat today. There's all these different rumors about Maduro, and people are posting it as if they're facts. Maduro's fled here. Maduro has gone here. Maduro is going here. I have not seen any kind of what I would consider a reliable, well-sourced report about this. But some of our chat members seem to be absolutely convinced that this has happened. I'd be careful with all these reports you're seeing online. Hang on a second here. Yeah, the New York Times said that this corruption scandal centers around, as the other article did, a nuclear power company, Energoatom, and that if you got a contract to supply something to the nuclear power company, you had to pay a kickback of 10 to 15% of the contract to certain people. If you look at this here, and let me show you this too. You can see the Washington Post said Zelensky faces political peril as a corruption scandal consumes top aide. Ukrainian President Zelensky will face a new round of U.S. pressure next week to reach a deal to end Russia's war as a corruption scandal engulfs his inner circle. Opposition leaders call for a total government overhaul, and Moscow continues to relentlessly bombard his country, setting the stage for one of the wartime leader's most politically perilous moments yet. The abrupt resignation of his chief of staff yesterday, who was also serving as lead negotiator with the U.S., came just hours after the chief of staff's home was searched by anti-corruption authorities. Soon after, Russia unleashed hundreds of drones and missiles on Ukraine, which left 500,000 residents of the capital without power. The Justice and Energy ministers already resigned this month after they were accused of ties to the corruption scandal. Zelensky will have to manage this multitude of crises as he also seeks a candidate to replace his most loyal aide, who was widely criticized for consolidating power in the presidential office and disrupting the work of career diplomats, but for years maintained Zelensky's trust for the most sensitive wartime tasks. A Ukrainian political scientist said Yermak's resignation for Zelensky is almost like cutting off his right arm. It's extremely painful, physically and psychologically. A psychological vacuum will appear around Zelensky. Yermak was always next to him, but Zelensky is adaptive. He learns quickly. Although his resignation could be interpreted as a disruption to the peace process, observers said it should instead bolster the reputation of Ukraine's anti-corruption efforts. So that is going on. Hold on a second here. And what is it? Isn't Steve Witkoff meeting with... We might do a poll question on this. Isn't Steve Witkoff meeting with Putin soon? By the way, the Washington Post says the resignation of the chief of staff yesterday marks the most significant shakeup in Zelensky's office since the war began, signaling both the seriousness of the probe and mounting fears in Ukraine that Washington or Moscow might leverage the scandal at the negotiating table. U.S. officials are set to return to Kyiv in the coming days to continue talks as President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff flies to Moscow to meet with Russian President Putin. We should do one more poll question. Will there be a deal to end Russia-Ukraine war in 2025? No, in 2026. It's still 2025. By end of 2026. Will there be a deal to end the Ukraine-Russia war by the end of 2026? That is our poll question. Maybe we'll do one last check on Venezuela at the end of the stream. Let me show you what people are saying. Over on YouTube, we have 67% say no. And on Twitch, by the end of next year, 84% say no. Not optimistic. Gilbert thinks that will be done. Both sides need a deal to stop the war. Need it ended, Gilbert says. Gamer Girl thinks Russia won't agree to a deal. Martin Matt thinks Trump's negotiations aren't about peace, it's about profit. Paula Thompson says depends on Russia. All right, let me. That's another thing where, oops, if there's, you couldn't even see this, could you? There's Twitch. 84% on Twitch say no. 66% on YouTube say no. So, Prospering Woman says they have been, Yermak and Zelensky have been together a long time. They worked together when Zelensky was in show business, and so was Yermak. By the way, thanks to Nigel Fortune, our new member. All right, thanks for voting in the poll. Maybe we'll do one last check on Venezuela stuff before we wrap up. We covered a bunch of stuff. So if you missed it, we did a lot of coverage of Venezuela earlier in the stream. We talked about, as part of that, we talked about this story that President Trump said he's going to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was sentenced to 45 years in the U.S. last year, in significant part for being responsible for lots of cocaine being brought to the U.S. And we covered a lot of different Venezuela stuff, and we covered also this accusation that when the U.S. targeted the first of the drug boats in September, Pete Hegseth had given an order to kill everybody on board, and the allegation is that the initial strike left a couple of survivors, and a second strike, to comply with Hegseth's order, a second strike was launched again to kill the two survivors, which actually did kill them and blew them up in the water, and the controversy over that, and the discussion about whether it could have violated international law. So we talked about that, and we gave an update on the National Guard shooting, and we just talked a little bit about the Ukraine situation. Of course, if there's big developments in Ukraine or any other story, we will come back on the air and cover it. So I do want to just quickly go back to Venezuela. Again, we have various viewers claiming that that reports they see on social media, all kinds of things. But we have various claims in our chat, people saying that Maduro has fled the country. To repeat, I have seen nothing from any source that I would consider, or outlet that I would consider reliable, saying that. None from any of the sources, and I follow a bunch of different sources and people. No one I would consider reliable is saying that right now. And remember also that President Trump did post this morning, as we talked about, saying that the airspace didn't he say in and around Venezuela should be considered closed? So some people are wondering, hey, why did he post that? What does that mean? Could that mean there's something that's going to happen soon? He said, to all pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers in airlines, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter. With no further explanation. Old School Dad says Venezuela is bigger than Texas. Good luck, Trump, in the jungle. Shrek, our viewer Schrock, thinks Venezuela airstrikes are going to start Sunday night. Thanks, Gen Xer, who says, how much will American taxpayers pay for the long-term war for regime change in Venezuela? Thanks also to our member, Donda J6S. I'll do a last check here to see if I have any kind. Again, I'm not seeing reporting about new big developments in Venezuela. I should probably say a little something about the Hong Kong fire. Let me just give you, maybe I'll just give you a quick update on the Hong Kong fire. Gen Xer thinks Venezuela will be another long-term war that Americans will fund. So much for no new wars. Yeah, I'm looking all over the place, and I am just not seeing any kind of reports that I would consider reliable from any reliable source on Maduro fleeing the country. I do want to mention the Hong Kong fire. That's a really terrible story, and it's kind of been drawn out over time. So I feel like, because like so many people are missing and the death toll has been going up very slowly, it's kind of maybe, well, it's probably not flying over the radar under the radar in Hong Kong, but here maybe a bit under the radar. At least 128 people died in that fire at an apartment complex with they have a number of high-rise buildings there. The fire covered 7 of the 8 towers in that building. AP says police on Wednesday arrested 3 men from a construction company on suspicion of manslaughter and gross negligence. Residents found safety issues a year before fire. For almost a year, some residents had been raising safety concerns to Hong Kong authorities about the scaffolding materials being used in the renovation project. The complex was covered in scaffolding. And netting. You can see here, preliminary investigation showed the fire started on a lower level scaffolding net of one of the buildings. It then spread rapidly as the foam panels caught fire. Police said they had been looking at highly flammable foam panels. There were foam panels covering windows in the renovation project, I believe, so that the windows would not be damaged from the renovation project. Police had been looking at the highly flammable foam panels, said an official. The blaze ignited the foam panels, causing the glass to shatter and leading to a swift intensification of the fire, and it spread into the interior spaces. More bodies may... about 150 people are still missing. Around 150 people are still missing, and 128 have been recovered. It's really terrible. Let me just see if I have other reporting from today about this. Oh, you know what? I might have a video I can show you. I have a video I can show you about the fire, about a new video. I'll show you that. It's a news roundup stream, so we're covering a bunch of stories, and I wanted to talk about this even a little bit, so we're getting to it at the end. You can see Reuters says Hong Kong mourns victims of blaze that killed 128 and counting. It was Hong Kong's deadliest fire since 1948, when 176 people were killed. It might be more deadly than that. Residents of Wong Fuk Court, where this happened, were told by authorities last year they faced relatively low fire risks after complaining about fire hazards posed by the renovation. The residents raised concerns in September of 2024, including about the potential flammability of the protective green mesh that contractors used to cover the bamboo scaffolding. Hong Kong's anti-graft body said it had arrested 11 people in connection with the investigation. Now, I don't know what role these people played. I don't know if they're arresting people just to make it look like they're doing something or if these really are people responsible. I don't know. Let me show you this video that came out from Reuters along with this article. Let's just take a look at this so you can get a little update here. With some video, the fire was just terrible. Again, about 150 people are missing in this fire. I think this is the right video. Let's see. Oh no, this isn't the right one. Let me show you. Here's the right video. That's an older video. Here. All right, here we go.
As Hong Kong began a 3-day mourning period on Saturday after a catastrophic fire at a housing estate, authorities said they had arrested more than a dozen people in connection with the tragedy. The blaze, which tore through 7 high-rise blocks of the Wang Fuk Court complex on Wednesday, was the city's deadliest in nearly 80 years.
We expected that when
police warned the death toll of more than 120 was likely to rise, with 150 people still missing as of Saturday. An officer told reporters nobodies were found after 2 of the towers were searched, though several pets were rescued. The arrests came as authorities investigated possible corruption and the use of unsafe materials during the renovations at the complex. Reports have also emerged that Wang Fuk Court residents had repeatedly raised safety concerns over the works. More than a year ago, some had voiced worries about fire hazards, including the potential flammability of the protective mesh around the buildings, the city's Labor Department told Reuters. It said authorities at the time told them they faced, quote, relatively low fire risks. However, police said on Thursday materials used in the renovations were, quote, suspected of not meeting fire safety standards. Public anger over the fire has been muted, a stark contrast to mass pro-democracy protests of 2019 that prompted Beijing to tighten its grip on the city. But the reports of the complaints have shaken the city's residents.
Hong
Kong is supposed to be a civilized society. How come there's nobody checking around or inspecting things? Only after so many people have died and buildings have collapsed does the government finally speak up. Even the fire alarm didn't go off. Isn't that tragic?
And also, we just like to hope there will be a thorough investigation and inquiry to make sure tragic of this scale that has caused a lot of lives will be avoided and prevented in the future.
Some frustrated volunteers handed out flyers near the estate, demanding government accountability. They also called for an independent probe into possible corruption, proper resettlement for residents, and a review of construction oversight. As Hong Kong began a 3-day mourning period on Saturday,
you can see that, I mean, I know a lot of you have seen this by now, but a lot of that building, those buildings were like just covered in the scaffolding and the mesh. They were being worked on. If we can go back here for a second. Where is it here? Yeah, look at this right here. See how you'll see it. The buildings are just covered in the scaffolding and mesh. Now also, there's talk in our chat about it was bamboo scaffolding. When I originally saw articles about this the first day or two, a number of the articles were talking about the bamboo scaffolding as a possible cause. But then in recent days, I've been hearing more about the foam that was covering a bunch of the windows. I guess it was so they wouldn't be damaged during the renovation. It's not clear to me how flammable the bamboo was and whether that's going to be seen as a significant cause. I just don't know. I've seen some different things in different articles. I see some of our viewers are talking about the bamboo. Zelgeth says the mesh melts and drips like napalm when burned. Sheldo says bamboo burns poorly. Nexu says bamboo has lots of water in it, so hard to burn. I did want to mention that again because early on I saw more talk of that, but in the articles I've read recently, it emphasizes other things. Again, I'm not a fire examiner, but I just wanted to mention that about the bamboo. You know, one of our viewers, Nick, says a lot of the bamboo there is not burnt. I don't know what started it, dear, where the flame first came from. But obviously it spread very well, and 7 of the 8 buildings burned. You know, it was also interesting. Something I haven't seen discussed, but the day it started happening, I definitely read an article where somebody was interviewed, and either they or somebody they knew, like, I think it was the person themselves, but this was like the day of the fire, had said like that a fireman knocked at the door and they didn't initially evacuate. So I remember I think I saw 2 different reports of people who had not additionally evacuated. Then that became a problem later. And something I don't know, I just don't know is there some kind of reason that people did not immediately evacuate who were told to evacuate? I have no idea. I just remember seeing that. I was like, wow, that's a weird story. So, but I don't know if, like, for example, people didn't trust it, or there might have been older people who weren't comfortable evacuating. You know, did they have false alarms for it? So that's a whole other thing that I certainly saw a couple reports like that early on, and I don't know if that could have played some effect. Then I've heard unconfirmed reports that there was no alarm or something. I just don't know. Aspen English says, I feared the same thing. Some people are talking about the Flight Radar 24. Oh, yeah. Hey, guys, I have to keep saying this. Yes, there are a couple of, I guess there's a U.S. Navy plane now. This kind of thing has been very common on the flight radar. So there's a U.S. Navy plane. It's a fighter jet. We saw some Navy planes. We saw some fighter jets earlier. A couple of fighter jets you see on the flight radar. First of all, this has been common for weeks to see planes. We have seen groups of planes fly right up the coast of Venezuela. So just because you see planes on the flight radar does not mean an attack is about to happen. Also, I would be shocked if there was an attack that was going to happen and the planes had their transponders on so you could see them on Flight Radar 24. So just to be clear on this. But you are seeing a couple of fighter jets right now. We saw a couple of them before. Hold on a second here. The War Zone, which is an online military news site, had an article back on, I like the site a lot, twz.com. They had an article back on, what day was this article? This was days ago. I think it was November 20th. I think it was 9 days ago. They said online flight trackers have noticed several FA-18 Super Hornets and a U.S. Air Force RC-135V rivet joint electronic surveillance plane flying close to the South American nation's coastline. A U.S. official told us these flights are part of the pressure campaign ordered by President Trump against Maduro, and specifically to test Venezuela's air defense capabilities and response times. That was 9 days ago. So this is a common occurrence to have U.S. military planes flying near Venezuela. Back in October 23rd, over a month ago, AP reported that the U.S. military flew a pair of supersonic heavy bombers up to the coast of Venezuela. A little over a week after another group of American bombers made a similar journey as part of a training exercise to simulate an attack. That's a story from AP about two different incidents in which the U.S. flew heavy bombers up the coast of Venezuela that were being tracked, flight tracked, that were visible on flight tracking, and though that's from October, that's from over a month ago. So this has been a common occurrence. It's been going on for months. And these ones you're looking at here are not even doing that. Okay? So, again, I just want to let people know that. Bubba Sizemore says they have their transponders on because they want people to know they're there. Marky says, where are the planes we don't see? So I'll definitely be keeping an eye on... Oh, by the way, one of our viewers, K9V, thinks in Hong Kong that the green protective netting lacking fire retardant material then burned the foam on the windows and then the bamboo exceeding its fire resistant temperature began to burn. That's what our viewer K9V thinks. If you want to know about the Hegseth allegation, we already covered it earlier. In summary, the allegation is that the first drug boat sank by the United States. When the boat was struck, there were 2 survivors who had not been killed yet, but Hegseth had ordered that everybody on the boat be killed. And the allegation is that in order to comply with Hegseth's order, a second strike was shot at the boat just to kill the 2 survivors, which, if it happened, could be a violation of international law. So that's the basic idea. We did extensive coverage on that earlier. You can rewind the broadcast and watch our coverage of that. Cardinals Roost says over 24,000 are tracking this aircraft. Yeah, I mean, a few days ago, there was a bomber and I think several fighters that went up the coast, which has happened weeks ago too, and there were like 80,000 people tracking them. And this is not right on the coast, So, again, if I hear of any kind of imminent attack or something, I'll let you know. But I just do not assume, just from seeing some U.S. planes on the flight radar in the vicinity of Venezuela or even in the coast of Venezuela, that there's an attack that's about to happen. Koenig Chaos thinks nothing is going to happen. I have no idea. Lucy wonders if the U.S. is going to. Lucy from Sunnyvale wonders if the U.S. is going to strike Venezuela anytime soon. I have no idea. I mean, my general thought is that I have a hard time believing that all of that military might was sent there just to be a bluff. Seems weird you send the most powerful aircraft carrier there and a significant portion of your Navy if you really had no intention of ever doing anything with it. But you never. Also, so who knows? And also, President Trump could have intended to do military action. Then he could change his mind. He could change his mind. So I have no idea what's going to happen. Ruth says it's anybody's guess. Evelyn in Maine thinks nothing. No way something is going to happen. Also, there could be a few airstrikes on a few targets in Venezuela, or there's all kinds of a range of things that could happen. So we'll have to see. Our viewer Pell Smith said the bamboo isn't the cause of the Hong Kong fire. It's the melting cheap plastics. You can clearly see it in the video. There are always shortcuts taken in China. That's what our viewer Pell Smith said. We were going to do a stream on that the day that the shooting happened, and that's why we didn't do a stream on it, the Hong Kong fire. Give me a moment here. Hong Kong's chief executive, by the way, has promised a full investigation to determine the causes of the fire. On Thursday, the Washington Post said local police and firefighters have yet to determine the fire's cause, but many Hong Kongers have questioned whether various construction materials met fire safety standards. Bamboo scaffolding, plastic mesh safety netting, and solid foam covers for windows have all been identified as having potentially accelerated the fire's spread. One official said on Friday falling poles of bamboo had blocked the entrance to the buildings, preventing firefighters from entering and making it difficult for ladders to be placed in an optimal position, hindering efforts to extinguish the fire. However, one professor said in this Washington Post article, blaming the bamboo scaffolding is probably very stupid on the part of the government. It will create the impression that the government is trying to distract attention rather than confront the real issue of what really caused the fire. Oh, hold on a second. Let me just see if I have one other thing here. Reuters reported that police in Hong Kong arrested two directors and an engineering consultant from a firm identified by the government as doing maintenance on Wong Fuk Court for more than a year on suspicion of manslaughter for using unsafe materials, including flammable foam boards blocking windows. All right, do I have any more updates here? Oh, I just saw something else, guys. Look at this. So there's a statement now from a different congressional committee vowing to investigate that report of a second strike to kill survivors of the first strike on a drug boat that we talked about earlier. So there's a new, we already talked about a Senate committee, Senate Armed Services Committee, bipartisan announcement saying they're going to look into this and exercise vigorous oversight over it. The House Armed Services Committee has released a statement about this now. I just saw that right now. Here, right here, look. House Armed Services Committee ranking member Representative Adam Smith, who is a Democrat, and Chairman Mike Rogers, who's a Republican, issued the following joint statement on recent reports of a follow-up strike on a drug boat ordered in the Southcom area of responsibility. Again, Washington Post, and reported that on the September 2nd, the U.S. struck a drug boat. There were 2 survivors who were seen in the wreckage. And they said that Secretary Hegseth had given a verbal order to kill everybody on board. So to comply with that order, a second strike was launched. To comply with that order that just was intended to kill the people, and it blew up the survivors in the water. So you can see here, House Armed Services Committee Chairman Mike Rogers and Ranking Member Adam Smith issued the following joint statement. This committee is committed to providing rigorous oversight of the Department of Defense's military operations in the Caribbean. We take seriously the reports of follow-on strikes on boats alleged to be ferrying narcotics in the Southcom region and are taking bipartisan action to gather full accounting of the operation in question. So that's now 2 different committees, Senate and one House, bipartisan announcement saying they're looking into this. So just wanted to let you know that. Okay. Well, I will, as we get to the end of the stream, you can feel free to go to Flight Radar 24 and you can look at these 2 fighter jets that are going in circles or going in ovals that a lot of people are tracking on Flight Radar 24. As I have said again and again and again, for over a month, for well over a month, there have been all kinds of trackable U.S. military flights near Venezuela. There have been times when bombers flew right up the coast, multiple times. So this happening has been a normal thing for over a month now. So I'm not going to look at this as any kind of sign that military action is happening tonight, but you never know what's going to happen. But you can go to flightradar24.com or get the Flight Radar 24 app and follow these and other flights that pop up. These are FA-18F Super Hornets, they said over there. And you can see a picture of one on Wikipedia right there. FA-18F EF Super Hornet. U.S. Navy FA-18F Super Hornet. All right. So I think what we're going to do, let me take a couple more comments here. Our view, let's see here. Eliza Jane thinks that report of the second strike needs to be looked into. Kayleen thinks something is happening. Gary Travels thinks it's happening now. Koenig Chaos says it's not tonight. Yes, ZKZCV says, won't the bombers turn off their transponders so they cannot be caught? To repeat, I cannot imagine you are going to be able to track U.S. military planes if they're really carrying out strikes on Venezuela. I would be shocked. But you never know. All right, guys, I think it's time. I think it's time. We've covered a bunch of different things on this stream, but I think it's time. That's what I think. Chris Curley, our viewer Chris Curley, thinks something will happen this weekend. Remember last time when we bombed Iran, Trump had said something the day before, and the next day they took action. This was a warning. I think he's saying Trump's post about the airspace, you should consider it closed, should be considered closed. Trey thinks, he said, this was a warning and they will follow through. Thanks, Chris, for writing in. Guys, I think it's our time. So we've been covering a bunch of, by the way, Don Ko thinks under Chinese security law, Hong Kong officials loyal to Beijing will likely to be protected and insulated from any sort of accountability. That's what Don Ko thinks. Hey, so thank you for joining our stream today. If there's big news tonight, I will come back on the air. If there's big news this weekend, I'll come back on the air, okay? I'll be keeping an eye out. But we have been... we have been covering a bunch of different stories. So if you missed it, go back and watch. You can go back and rewind and watch all our coverage from today. All right? But I really appreciate people tuning in for our coverage, for our News Roundup stream, and I will certainly be looking for updates, and I will come back on if there is big news this weekend. Hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Oh, by the way, okay. What was I going to say? If you want, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news coverage, all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I would suggest turning on our notifications. You never know when big news is going to happen. I'm going to have to jump back on the air. So if you don't want to miss a stream, we have our own notification system. It works awesome. It's really reliable. We do it through Discord. It's free. So sign up for the notifications. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. Also, you can find that link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But sign up for the notifications. I would recommend that. And you can follow me for news updates at Lookner on X. I post on X all the time when I'm off the air, and sometimes when I'm on the air too, about breaking news. So follow me over there. If I see updates about the story we talked about today or other stories, I will post them there at Lookner. And I really appreciate people tuning in. I really appreciate people reading, letting me read your comments on the air and asking questions and sending me news tips. We read a bunch of comments today, which I enjoyed doing. And appreciate you watching. And also, huge thanks to our moderators. We had a lot of people in the chat today, as we usually do, people with different views. But we can have those chat rooms because the moderators are there to keep things under control. So I really appreciate all of the efforts of the moderators on YouTube, people like Janet B., Ruth, and Beth Mythical. Thank you so much for moderating over there. And our other YouTube moderators, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Facebook, Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, Paul Anderson, and on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Div. Huge thanks to all of our moderators. There are now 30,000 people following this jet on Flight Radar 24. You can go over to Flight Radar 24 and follow it yourself. Off the coast of Venezuela. Our viewer Jazz thinks the U.S. is out of control. Hey, thanks everybody for supporting the channel today. I really appreciate that. Thanks for your donations. That's so nice of you. That's what allows the channel to be on the air. I owe some thanks here. Bunny1975, thanks for being a member, for being a new member. Mike GU4XX, thanks for becoming a member. Thanks so much. I am Charlie, who says, not war, surgical strikes. That's what I Am Charlie, I think, thinks is coming. Thank you. John NRGG, thanks so much for your support, John. Donda J6S, thanks for being a member. Nigel Fortune, thanks for being a member. And Hot Richard, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And everybody else for your support today. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But again, thanks so much for supporting the channel. It's so nice of you guys. Really appreciate that. Another way to find out when we're live is to follow us on X. If you're on X, follow us at agendafreetv. Right there. I always post there in advance of going live. I post updates about the channel there. So follow us over there if you're on X. And we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we are not live. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat. It is free. A bunch of our viewers enjoy doing that. So check out the chat. It's the same link as the notifications link. Same as the free notifications link. That's the link to the chat, so you can check that out. And thanks so much to all of our Discord mods for all you do over there on Discord. Thank you. I want to... by the way, let's see here. I want to mention, for those watching on YouTube, that I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications if you watch on YouTube. To do that, you want to subscribe to the channel first. You got to do that first. Then you got to click this bell, and then choose all notifications. And if you are already subscribed on YouTube, make sure you have the bell clicked and you've chosen all notifications. Okay, I want to shout out also, maybe while I'm shouting out, I'll put up again the flight radar that lots of 28,000 people are tracking that fighter jet there. You can go to Flight Radar 24 and check it out yourself. FlightRadar24.com or get the app. Let's see here. Thanks to our subscribers on Twitch who support the channel over there. Really nice of you. Shrocky, thank you. Chi-Town Bear. Wall Street and Shaggy, Namaxwe. Tib, I think it's T3 LBB Texas. Thanks for subscribing. Douthis, and thanks for the gift subs, Douthis. Really appreciate that. And who else? ZZGGYY. And all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thanks for your kind words. Cure4C. Also, thanks to our Facebook subscribers like Chuck Mosca and Diane Allworth and Sharon Klassen Gosselin, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Really appreciate it. Robert Real II. Martha Crawford, and also our Twitch, our YouTube members. Thanks so much. People like Joe Hart, Tace Vim, CAC813, Sydney91, Ken Lance. Screen names are still messed up on YouTube with all the numbers at the end. It's not your fault, but it was fixed for a while, and now it's like that again. Red Girl, thanks for being a member. Barry, the one and only, Chaz Martin, Evelyn in Maine, Bunny, J.K. Senar, C. Chase, Jay Nosewitch, Eliza Jane, Bart Madness, thanks for being members. Sarcasm BTC, Did I say Jay knows which? Val Cargo, Mike GU, Red Girl, and all of our other members there as well. Paula Faust. And thanks everybody else for watching. MSS TV. Astro Drive thinks a war with Venezuela will be another Vietnam. Thanks Prospering Woman for watching. Barry Eisler over there on Facebook. Matt Kinney. Thank you for watching. Christy Claft. Distant Galaxy says some of these chatters don't really think long term. They only want a short-term political win. It is how empires fall. All right, guys, hold on a moment here. All right, so I am wrapping this up. Again, if you missed any of it, if you want to go back and see the stories we covered, you can just rewind and check out the stories. And I will be keeping an eye on things this weekend. And if there's big news, I will jump right on the ear. So thank you again so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.